Okay, I think we've reached 7 p.m., so welcome to the Manhattan City Commission meeting for Tuesday, November 16th. And please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. The first item on our agenda tonight is proclamations. We have 3 proclamations, and we'll start with small business Saturday proclamation. And I believe Jim Adams, you're here to receive this one for us today, so come on up. City Clerk gets the honor of reading the proclamation.
Whereas the small locally owned businesses of Manhattan are vital to our city's economic health and contribute to our unique and vibrant community character, and with every $100 spent at a small local retailer, $68 will return to the community through taxes, payroll, and donations to local schools and charities. And public awareness of the contributions made by Manhattan local businesses is the key to sustaining a healthy business climate. And the people of Manhattan are grateful to the small locally owned businesses of Manhattan for their generous contribution to the quality of life we all enjoy. And we join American Express, the U.S. Chamber, and other local chambers of commerce in supporting America's locally owned small businesses. Now, therefore, Win Butler, Mayor of the City of Manhattan, does hereby proclaim Saturday, November 27, 2021, as Small Business Saturday in the city of Manhattan, Kansas, and urges all residents of Manhattan to join the rest of America and do a portion of their holiday shopping at small locally owned businesses.
Congratulations. You want to say a few words?
Yes,
then?
please. Thank
Okay.
you.
Microphone's yours.
Thank you. On behalf of all small businesses located here in Manhattan, including Legacy Solutions Insurance, it is a great honor for me to accept this proclamation and look forward to seeing everyone locally here during the holiday season.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
And we've got lots of events for the holidays. Check the CBD website, all kinds of things for the spirit of the holidays. So we have a second proclamation. I think we have 3 folks here to get this, which is National Home Care and Hospice Month. So we've got Danelle, Daniil, and Sarah, and Dave. Are there 3? You're here by yourself? Well, okay, you'll get
No,
the...
Danielle was here in the crowd.
Okay, she's gonna
The
come forward.
photographer.
Oh, you're gonna be photographer. Okay, that's fine. That'll work. So if you'd go ahead and read the proclamation.
Whereas home care services provide high-quality and compassionate health care services to more than 5 million Americans annually, especially in times of community or personal health care crisis, and 90% of Americans want to age in place, and home care is the preferred method of health care delivery among the disabled, elderly, and chronically ill individuals eager to live independently in their own homes as long as they possibly can. 2 million everyday heroes, including home care nurses, therapists, and aides, will travel almost 1 billion miles to deliver care and work tirelessly to provide professional support to millions of Americans in need of quality health services. And these dedicated home care professionals and volunteers form a support network that continues to play a vital role in healthcare delivery for our nation's disabled, infirm, and aging population. And Interim Healthcare, the National Association for Home Care and Hospice, and thousands of home care agencies across the U.S. have declared the month of November as National Home Care and Hospice Month and are calling on all Americans to observe these occasions with appropriate ceremonies and activities. Now, therefore, Win Butler, Mayor of the City of Manhattan, Kansas, does hereby proclaim November as National Home Care and Hospice Month in the City of Manhattan and encourage the support and participation of all citizens in learning more about the home care and hospice concepts of care for the elderly, disabled, and infirm.
Thank you. Can you say a few words?
Thank you very much. We are honored to accept this proclamation and serve those who are in need of home health and hospice in this community. We're very honored. Thank you.
Okay, and our last proclamation is for the Riley County Crisis Stabilization Unit, and we even got a special slide up there for you. It's been 2 years, which is quite an event. So we got 3 of you. If you come forward, Brian, Kelsey, Jeremy. It's a great milestone, 2 years. Very successful operation. So if you would read the proclamation.
Whereas the need for a coordinated response to community mental health issues was responded to in 2011 with the creation of the Riley County Mental Health Task Force, and the Riley County Mental Health Task Force identified potential solutions to community needs, which included a Crisis Stabilization Unit, CSU, and city and county officials, Pawnee leadership, and other community stakeholders demonstrated support, commitment, and advocacy to the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services for funding for a Crisis Stabilization Unit. And Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services awarded Pawnee $725,000 in seed money to open a Crisis Stabilization Unit. The Goldstein Foundation awarded Pawnee a $200,000 matching grant, and Pawnee raised $200,000 in private funding from private donors to cover the startup costs of a Crisis Stabilization Unit. And Pawnee opened the CSU for Community Crisis Stabilization Services on November 4th, 2019, and the CSU serves children, youth, and adults in crisis from across Pawnee's 10 county service area. And in the first and second year, the CSU conducted 4,147 crisis assessments for children, youth, and adults, and admitted 967 adults. And services are provided 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, regardless of ability to pay. In Pawnee, the CSU and its staff celebrated 2 years of services to the community on November 4th, 2021. Now, therefore, the City of Manhattan, Kansas does hereby honor the staff of the CSU and congratulates them for their tireless service to the community, and call upon the citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to increase awareness and understanding that prevention works, treatment is effective, and people can and do recover from substance use and mental disorders.
Okay, I think we've got a couple of these. I don't know which you two get them. Come up and say a few words.
I'm Britton, the crisis director at the stabilization unit, and I just wanted to thank the city and all of you guys here for congratulating us on our 2 years of service in this proclamation. It's been a long 2 years, and just to add, if anybody knows any therapists, we are actively hiring, just like many other people are. So we'll look forward to working with you guys more in the future. Thank you.
I'd just like to say that how important it was several years ago that the Mental Health Task Force, the city and the county, and Yusha was a part of that, and Robin and the hospital, Bob Koppel, and that also resulted in the co-responders that are a partnership between Riley County Police and the Pawnee Mental Health. But Robin, I don't know if you have a good writer or if you did this yourself, but I really appreciated having the history. It was only been a couple of weeks ago that I said, you know, I'd like for somebody to just write that up. And voila, it happened with our proclamation. And so I'm glad we're able to recognize your 2 years and keep coming back, because I see other communities following the model that you developed here. And I'm really proud of it.
Real quick, I wanted to add that I think we want to, it's been 2 years, right? And 40 plus employees working 24 hours a day to cover crisis in our community, and people leaving the crisis center and to speak positive words about it is a unique experience, I think, alone. My wife and I have been involved with mental health and NAMI across the state, and it's just unique to find such an awesome program. I know it's taxing and hard for those people that have to work day in and day out dealing with crisis, but it's amazing to see those outcomes, and people are going in crisis and coming out and saying, you know, that was a pretty good experience. I really like those people. I like that program. I like that help, and that's rare. So just thank you so much.
Okay, we're already having commissioner comments, which is great, but we'll continue. Commissioner Reddy.
Yes, thank you. I was actually waiting for commissioner comments. Talk about the Crisis Stabilization Center. Robin, Bren, Jeremy, all of you, thank you so much for being a part of this. And I know Brian Johnson was a big part of it. And Bren, you started off as a co-responder, and I had an opportunity today. I was out of town in Kansas City for other business, and mental health came up. And it was great to know our city-county partnerships along with RCPD and changing the culture and the environment along with Pawnee. It just took so many stakeholders with a clear vision and making it a reality. But it's an ongoing process, and that we didn't actually know the need until it was here. And now it's not sufficient. If we have 2,000 people, if that's what I heard last time when you were giving the data numbers, I think for the year, and a lot of them were K-State students. And you wonder, what did all of them do before this was here? What was going on before we even had the stabilization center? So I'm so glad it's here, and I know we're going to do well with it, and other communities are looking to us. Somebody asked at this particular meeting that we should write an op-ed to talk about the success when people are talking about funding police departments differently, how this is a story we can tell, how we did use all of our police officers and how the culture has completely shifted. And Director Butler's here, and I really appreciate you being a big part of this as well, and the resources that are involved. And that one of the first co-responders came during our social services budget meeting, and there was only one going to be paid for, but we needed two. And that's when we had that immediate discussion and made a shift, and we were hard on funds, but we made that a priority, so I appreciate that. So thank you once again, and I really appreciate you being a part of this. On a lighter note, shop local. This is the season. Please shop local. We have a lot of small businesses, and we want them to be very successful as well, and they just have a lot of good things we can buy. So just take that opportunity. We have some things I'm sure the mayor's going to be talking about the next few weeks. Hopefully you not only shop local, but your friends and family, bring them here as well. And the Discovery Center has a lot of things going on, as well as plenty of activities downtown and throughout the city of Manhattan. Make this your holiday destination as we're seeing it. And we have a work session next week, but I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving as well. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I think, it was probably 7 years ago or so, I was in a pretty difficult spot, just processing life, and I think at that time there was a need for me to reach out to help, and I was too stubborn to reach out for help, and kind of spiraled into a little bit of a crisis myself, to a point where I was having suicidal ideation. I was thinking about those things, and fortunate enough, I had been dealing with the VA so much that I was kind of I had lots of information about a crisis line to call, so I had actually called that suicide prevention line, and I think at that time it was very difficult to talk about for me, but it was also very uncertain about how to get help and what that would mean to go somewhere else, if I had to go somewhere else to get stabilized. And so this having this local, close to home, close to family, close to your pets, close to whatever, is such a amazing resource we have. So that we could talk all night, but I'll stop with that.
Linda? Okay, just a couple things, to go along with, shop local. ATA has started a new district loop that's going to kick off November 19th. Now, what is the district loop? It'll connect Aggieville, downtown Manhattan, and Blue Earth Plaza. So for those of you that, think there's parking problems, there isn't, because you can park at the parking garage down by the Hilton and jump on a free shuttle bus on Friday and Saturday and go anywhere downtown or in Aggieville. So that gives you the opportunity to dine locally, shop locally. That's what it's all about. And the bus will run from 4 to 10 on Friday evenings and from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Saturdays. Now, as a little bonus, ATA has decided that starting November 19th, also on Friday and Saturday, all bus service will be free, throughout the city on any of the routes during their normal times. So this is going to help us with, shop local and get out there and, take part in the spirit of the holidays. Now, if you check the CVB website, there's a list about 22 events taking place, and I'm not going to read them all in the interest of time, but just want to highlight those that have already kicked off. Right now, from 9 to 17 November, the Festival of Trees is going on in Manhattan Town Center. So go into the mall, the trees are all in there, and you can go through and take part in the auctions, things of that nature. Holiday Open House is November 13th, downtown Manhattan. And starting, already started November 14th to December 1, we have a thing called Night of Lights. And it's a contest on the dining platforms on which ones are lit up the nicest. And there's 2 trophies. One's a mayor's trophy, so I get to select one, but one's a people's trophy. So you need to go to all the platforms and you'll be able to vote on which one you like the best. And there's 2 big giant trophies that the winners are going to get. So that's going to be an interesting thing. And then while you're at it, you can go to downtownmanhattan.com website and for $10 get a passport for what's called the 12 Drinks of Christmas. There's actually 13 locations, and when you finish 12, you get a commemorative glass, and it'll cause you to go by and visit all of our local restaurants. So I recommend you start off with those, and then there's more things that happen after that. But I'm looking forward to the holidays. Going to be a lot of fun, and especially the parade on December 3rd. That'll be our 20th year of the lighted parade. So we're going to have a really great time on that night. Okay, let's move on to the next item, which is the consent agenda. The items on the consent agenda are those of a routine and housekeeping nature, or those items which have previously been reviewed by the City Commission. A commissioner may request an item be moved to the end of the general agenda for more discussion. Does the commission have any questions or comments on any of the consent agenda items? Okay, don't see any commissioner comments. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to make a comment on any of the consent agenda items? Okay, seeing none, we do have to cover one thing, item EC. We need a commissioner to serve on the selection committee for the Disabilities Act self-evaluation team, and I believe Commissioner Morris would like to do that, so that will include appointing Commissioner Morris to serve on the selection committee. Any other comments? Then we can entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Mayor, I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Mayor Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Morse,
Yes.
Commissioner Haddisall,
Yes?
Commissioner Estabrook,
Yes.
Commissioner Reddy.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Motion carries 5-0. Excuse me.
Okay, next item on the agenda is a public hearing, and that is to consider the first reading of an ordinance adopting the Manhattan Developmental Code, also referred to as the MDC. And John Adam, the senior planner, is going to do the presentation tonight.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Commission, John Adams, Senior Planner, CD Department. As I told the Planning Board a couple of weeks ago, thank you. As I told the Planning Board a couple of weeks ago, CD is very happy to be here now, tonight, finally, after all these years of doing this. The proposal before you is to replace the zoning regulations and the subdivision regulations with a unified set of regulations called the Manhattan Development Code, and to incorporate the historic resources review and district designation processes from Chapter 17.5 of the Code of Ordinances. I'm going to go very briefly through the evaluation because the staff report was attached to the agenda item summary. But the criteria for code amendments are found in the Manhattan zoning regulations 15-302 and the procedures for subdivision amendments in 2.401 of the Manhattan urban area subdivision regulations. The first evaluation factor is that the section evaluates the consistency with the intent and purpose of the regulations. All of the purposes that are listed in 401 of the subdivision regulations and 2-201 of the zoning regulations easily encompass the parts that are new and different in the MDC. 302B, what areas will be affected and how? There's several changes. Several areas are going to be affected. We are consolidating several zoning districts. We have new site design requirements. We have new building design requirements. And we have new subdivision alternatives. 302C, what necessitated the change? Several changes in policy. We adopted a new comprehensive plan in 2015, and the MATS about the same time, the Manhattan Area Transportation Strategy. Bike ped system plan was adopted last year. There are other adopted plans, including Aggieville, that necessitated this overhaul. It was time to look at this again, open it up, rewrite it. 302D asks for consistency with the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan. Some of these factors include coordinated and efficient growth. We have new development choices. Natural resources should be preserved, and so we have cluster subdivision regulations, stormwater best management practices. Streamlined review is one of the policies. We have systematized some of our processes for land use review. We have put in more flexibility in the submission requirements. Multimodal transportation system was another big factor, that not only in the comprehensive plan, but in the bike ped systems plan. We've added maximum block lengths, connectivity requirements, sidewalk infill standards for redevelopment, and then bicycle parking for new commercial and multifamily development. Healthy, livable neighborhoods. The established neighborhood overlay is an improvement on the TNO standards. And then in terms of healthy, livable neighborhoods, we've added craft production, which encourages local entrepreneurialism. Active communities, we've incorporated the Eureka Valley and Gateway design standards that were developed about 10 years ago. And one of the factors in diversified economic base, we've incorporated the NBAF recommendations, including allowing for testing labs to be in the downtown and Aggieville and several commercial districts. So just to conclude briefly, the MDC has new ideas and practices, but it is still pretty much familiar as a development code. Districts are consolidated, new uses have been added. New development requirements exist. There are new development options for developers to use. And it embodies the direction from several adopted plans. And I should point out the MDC does not only faithfully embody those directives, but we had extensive public and steering committee recommendations that were incorporated into the draft, not to mention all the feedback that we got from numerous work sessions with the planning board, probably 8 just in this past year. The Historic Resources Board, the BZA, BPAC, and you yourselves, of course. And so our recommendation is, the planning board recommended approval of the code amendment to the city commission based on substantial compliance with section 15302, the zoning regulations, and section 2-401 of the subdivision regulations. And I should note also, it was called out in the agenda item summary, we're asking you to actually override the recommendation because we learned late from the Department of Agriculture after the November 1st hearing that there was some standardized text that they wanted to see put into the MDC that concerned flood mitigation. So we're not missing any vital regulatory language. Our standards have always exceeded the national standards for flood mitigation. It's more of a matter of dotting i's and crossing t's that the state wanted to see. So we're asking for an override to make the required correction. And then just a second heads up, since this adoption and codification will displace the current fee schedule, we plan to have a resolution to readopt the fee schedule on the consent agenda on December 7th meeting. And we're just applying the current fees to the old and new processes. No increase in any of the fees, they're just staying the same. Although after 20 years for some of them and 30 years for the others, we are long overdue for an application fee study. And there is a possible motion, and I would be happy to take questions, and then I will be available also after the hearing to answer any questions that might have arisen from testimony.
Following public comment, the commission will have an opportunity to ask the city staff for more clarification and to offer comments on the item. However, at this time, does any commissioner have a question for city staff regarding the presentation?
Just that the motion is different that we have on the PowerPoint material we got, and it's just different. I'm just pointing it out. I don't need to pursue it. Thanks.
Sure.
Okay, if there's no questions on the presentation, then what we need to do next is to conduct a public hearing. We will now receive public comment on this item of business, and each speaker should state their name, residential address for the record, and for audience members. Each speaker has a maximum of 5 minutes and must stop speaking when the timer sounds. We want to hear your comments on this item before we vote, but neither the commissioners nor city staff will answer questions or debate. We will take your comments under advisement. Is there anyone that wishes to come forward and speak concerning the developmental code? I see Mel is here.
Well, good evening, Mayor Butler and Manhattan City Commissioners. My name is Mel Borst, and I live at 1918 Humboldt Street. My family has lived in, improved, and maintained homes located in a traditional neighborhood overlay area of Manhattan for 52 years. During that time, we have observed how zoning classification and regulation enforcement practices can either protect older neighborhoods or damage them. We have also learned that zoning regulations are the primary way to protect the environment of historic properties now that the statewide environs law has been repealed. Zoning regulation changes contained in the Manhattan Development Code amendment you have been asked to approve this evening not only can further damage established neighborhood integrity and historic environs, but they also conflict with the Manhattan Urban Area Comprehensive Plan's intent, purpose, policies, and goals by allowing oversized houses to be constructed anywhere in any TNO neighborhood, regardless of established neighborhood house size, scale, historic, or other considerations. The MDC amendment contains zoning regulation changes that are inconsistent with the adopted comprehensive plan of the city, and we believe this fact disqualifies the amendment from being approved as per Manhattan Zoning Regulation 15-302, Part D. We realize that our late understanding and communication of these conflicting zoning changes to the Manhattan Historic Resources Board, the Manhattan Urban Area Board, and now to you, are inconvenient, to say the least. However, if the city would have kept the public, and especially the neighborhoods affected, informed of proposed changes in lay terms, as publicly requested at a city commission meeting early on in the MDC development process, conflicts with the comprehensive plan would have been understood and addressed much earlier. Requests for a listing of changes after the MDC draft was completed were also not provided, with the reason again given that the existing and proposed zoning regulations are completely different and hard to compare. Of course, this was the very reason for the requests. One would think that our planning staff is acutely aware of all proposed MDC changes, especially those that can affect TNO neighborhoods, and would be able to list them in short order. An open records request is still pending. The Manhattan Urban Area Comprehensive Plan is a demonstration of how our community joined efforts to guide future land use decisions to benefit the greater Manhattan area. TNO neighborhood organization involvement is evident in its development and results. It has been disappointing that the city planners did not follow the plan's stated goal to work with these same neighborhood organizations to enable them to understand proposed changes that can affect neighborhood integrity, thereby allowing them to be aware and respond to them. We offer our efforts to bring the MDC amendment into compliance with the land use plan by helping to reestablish city communication with neighborhood organizations, and can continue to work with the city planners to develop an easy-to-understand list of changes it contains. And I do have some handouts. Is it okay if I bring them up, Mayor?
They can be given to the city clerk. Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak during the public hearing? Okay, seeing no other speakers, we'll close the public comment portion. And the commission can now ask further questions of city staff or discuss the item.
Sure. So I received 2 emails, one from, is this the time to address the emails, communications? Okay. So I received 2 emails. I know we've been through quite a process with the MDC for a couple of years now, and it's good to see that we're coming to closure and to completion. And like I said, today, I guess this week, a few days ago, started receiving just a couple of emails. One that Mel had just spoke to. Could you just address that real quick as far as, one, the TNO and having larger homes and such built in those areas which are not conducive to those types of homes? And the other one about the open records for wanting more information or not being given the information during our discussion?
Well, first of all, I think probably, as far as Ben Schmiel and I go, my colleague, what used to be the TNO, or still is TNO, and is becoming the OEN, is actually our proudest piece of work on this. We sampled 100 random lots in terms of their setbacks, their front setbacks, their street side setbacks on corner lots, their lot coverage. Our goal was to make the TNO actually fit the built environment. And you might recall from the study session that we had that in terms of front setback, we've gone from 50% nonconformity to something close to 80. For street side setback, we've gone from 1/3 conformity to 79% conformity. I'm not quoting exactly the right numbers, but I'm in the ballpark. I can assure you that. I'm not going to pull out that presentation again for you. And then in terms of the lot coverage, it struck us as very odd that everywhere else in town, you have 35% lot coverage in the R1, the RS zoning district, the R2, and the RM zoning district, except in the TNO. And we're penalizing these houses that were built before zoning and that do have lot coverage that is in excess sometimes of 30% or 35%. And we can make most of the lots compliant. Right now, half of them are non-compliant. They're above 30%. When you have a lot of people coming to the Board of Zoning Appeals with exceptions, because I'd like to build a little bit into this setback that I'm not allowed to do. When you have people saying, I just want, that extra 375 square feet that the 35% lot coverage would give me, but no, you need to go and do an exception. When you have that happening and the BZA coming back at you and saying every single time, yeah, we can grant that exception, it's in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, that is a good indicator that your code is wrong. You should amend your code because it is not tracking with reality. That was our goal. I have no doubt that we've done the right thing. If we get 1 or 2 buildings coming out of this in the next year or two, and we say, oh, okay, well, maybe it's a little bulky, we can retrench. We're expecting to do some debugging in the next year or two with this, because we don't have it perfect. It's pretty near perfect, but it's not exactly so.
So were they able to see this? Because we got chunks of it as we went, but it's hard for at least me to go through each detail of
Yeah.
it. So the ones that this would be applicable to, did they see it? Did they give you comments and questions and work with you on it? Or was it just city staff did it on their own?
We worked with the advisory committee, the ordinance advisory committee on that. We had a lot of representation from the planning board. We had people from BZA on that as well. We took this to several HRB meetings and BZA meetings and planning board meetings and ran through all of this. There were several opportunities for that to come up, for these questions to be asked. This was a technical exercise. It was not so much a let's go through this with the committees, because at a certain point, when you adopt a comprehensive plan and other plans, you have to start acting on them. You can form another committee, but you're kind of just treading water at that point.
Yeah, but we also don't
But-
want a big building that doesn't belong there. That's kind of a reason why we're going through this, because this is going to be what we're going to follow.
Yes.
And also, the other piece is we did want to reduce the work for BZA and try to be more comprehensive in the nature that everybody's not getting an exception, but now it's the rule, so they don't go that route. So, I have a few more questions about that. I did send another email from another community member to Ron, and I don't know if you have any knowledge of it. It's about flooding, and 10th Street, Fort Riley Boulevard intersection appears to be hazardous with regard to lines of sight for a motorist who is stopping on the north side of 10th Street. It doesn't appear there's a minimum of 305 feet of sight line as required by AASHTO at this intersection. So I don't know if you received that, but I did talk to Ron about it, and he seemed to indicate it wouldn't apply to MDC. So I just want a little bit more of a response from Ron so we can address this since we're talking about this topic.
So as I understand it, and I did forward it to some of the staff to look at, and Chad, you want to indicate that basically a lot of the standards that are being reflected in that memo are really more of the public works standards and not real applicable to be part of this code.
Okay.
Yeah, so in terms of the intersection, the Manhattan Development Code generally only regulates on private property. Things within that public right-of-way, as she was talking about with the concerns there at that intersection, are within the public right-of-way, and Public Works has their standards. So the Development Code would not regulate anything within that, generally speaking. In terms of the stormwater management, that's also a Public Works set of standards. Because it plays those standards are so integrated into development, the Development Code recognizes that, but really just references any of Public Works' development standards. So the stormwater detention, the best practices for stormwater quality, those sort of things are noted in the development code, but referenced out of it into Public Works' documents. And the reason for that is it allows for better flexibility in allowing those regulations to adapt without having to go through the gyrations of updating the development code. So if EPA comes and says you need to do X, Y, and Z, or the traffic standards change on intersections or whatever, if those change and Public Works has to update those standards, if we wholeheartedly melded those into the development code, we would then have to update the development code, and we could get disjointed. So the development code just references those over and over throughout the subdivision regulations.
Okay, so she was referencing the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. So that's what you're saying, it's more a state area for Fort Riley, for KDOT and such?
I'll defer that to Rob.
Commissioner Rob Ott, Director of Public Works. We certainly use, so AASHTO, we certainly use those standards, not only whether it's a state highway, but also on our local city streets, whether it's a residential, collector, or arterial. And certainly over time, those standards have, regulations never seem to go down. And there are numerous intersections in this community that probably don't meet those current standards today. Specifically, the 10th and Fort Riley Boulevard, one of the biggest difference of it versus some of the other intersections that we've tried to address in the past is you have an existing traffic light. You have a green ball that you will get that gives you permission to then enter onto Fort Riley Boulevard. To move that traffic signal box, which has probably been there 20 or 30, it's been there longer than I've been with the city, and I started in 2005. You're talking probably somewhere between $50,000 and $75,000 to move that traffic signal box. She may be correct. I haven't gone out and checked her measurements because I got that email at 5:15 tonight. So again, she may be correct, and that's fine. But I'm here to tell you, we have other intersections in this community that don't have traffic signals, that have worse sight conditions, that have higher crash rates, and that's where we try and concentrate our effort. So,
Yeah, thank you, Rob and Chad. What I'm hearing is this is a different issue than the MDC. So it may not be a topic of discussion for this particular public hearing.
that I would agree with that. That's not what the MDC is about. When we review subdivision plans, whenever we do a project, we try and bring as many things as possible up to current standards, whether that be AASHTO for geometric alignment for vertical curves, horizontal curves, ADA compliance with ramps, sidewalks, all those different components, the same with stormwater. There's things that we did on Juliet, great project that we did with the bricks and the historic, but we couldn't do it all because the downstream system was undersized. And there's just a stopping and starting point to every project. We can't fix everything from A to Z on every project. There's just limitations in budget. So.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the response, and I'm glad Mel Borst is here to discuss this, and we'll see where we go with that. Thank you.
Yeah, I also got the same email from, I guess that's Deed Brokish. And in my mind, it wasn't developmental code, so I think Public Works clarified that. And the request here was that we at least bring it up and discuss it, so appreciate you doing that because that's what was desired. And I think we got a solid answer there, so appreciate that.
John, I have a couple questions. We kept being told for the last year and a half that digital signage would be in the MDC. Is the digital signing regulations in the development code?
Yes, and Chad,
Okay.
I don't know if Chad wants to elaborate, but they are.
Okay,
in there.
so there is some guidance now, there will be soon-ish for people that want to try to implement those within the regulations.
And if I could clarify, so we've had digital signs for private businesses for on-premise signage for since 2015, 16. The new digital sign regulations would be for off-site advertising or billboards. So they will be permitted in one form or another.
Okay, all right, that's one. Next thing, so where does the, we talked one time about where does the human factor figure into this when, and it was proposed to me by a developer that there be some kind of a process where if looking at it, it didn't, the regulations clashed with reality on the ground, they had suggested that if we could get the city staff to sign off on it, the planning board to sign off on it, the commission to sign off on it, that we could excuse that one project from the regulations because everybody decided it was okay and it didn't really, like I said, the process just, the regulations didn't fit this situation. I don't think that process of some kind of a appeals process through city staff, if they agree with it, which is a pretty high bar, I assume, and then the planning board and the commission, is there anything in this tonight that allows for that appeals process if something doesn't seem right?
Even before getting to an appeals process, we have relief valves built in, including at a site level, you still have exceptions and variances. That's always going to be the case there.
Through you or through the BZA or?
It would be through the BZA.
Okay.
At the subdivision level, we have two processes that are built in that can be approved or recommended by the staff and ultimately approved by the planning board. And that includes, one is deviation and the other's name I can't think of. Waivers.
Waiver. Okay.
So those are already built into the system. We've peppered those throughout the system on site development, individual site development things where on the recommendation of the zoning administrator or in consultation with the city engineer that, no, we'll waive this particular instance or this regulation in this case.
So the BZA process still is available. You guys are trying to cut down on the number of them, but it's still available if common sense says, yeah, this doesn't fit. There is a relief. You still call it relief valve. I call it appeals process or a human factor or somebody being able to look at it and say, yes, we didn't account for that because you can't possibly account for everything that's going to show up over the next 10 years when it comes to development stuff.
Sure.
Okay,
Yes.
Third question. So he's reluctant to try to open it back up at some point in the future for the right public works type things. What will be the process if we get 6 months or a year down the road? Is it going to be a big deal to change some parts of this? Or is it something a simple commission vote would be able to, if we find that there's some problem, does it have to go kind of through the planning board process and then through us again? Or how easily could this thing be changed if we find in a year and a half that there's a couple of things that we totally missed?
It's not as easy as doing a resolution or anything like that. So it would have to have a recommendation by the planning board. And we're expecting this, to be honest, to be frank about that. We don't think that we're going to catch everything, and we think that there's going to be some hiccups that emerge from this. We're really kind of counting on the fact that we have the relief valves built in, and frankly, there's interpretations or policies that, well, we're going to take seriously. We're not just going to wave our hand and say no, because it is codified at this point. But it will require, just like this process here, a hearing.
Okay, third thing, fourth thing, I guess. So since that motion says override the recommendation of the planning board, does this have to be a 4-1, have to have 4 votes then? Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, so I got the same question from a couple people on how easy is this to amend, so the process then, if somebody found something in this code that they wanted to have us change, they would have to take it to the planning board. The planning board would have to approve it, then we'd have to have a public hearing, then the commission could vote on it. Is that the process?
Yeah, that's the process. The easiest thing would really be to contact staff and say, this is not working out. Do we have a solution outside of the amendment process? Let's explore that first. Secondarily, we had a lot of really great feedback from our Ordinance Advisory Committee. I have to credit Brett Tremblay in particular for giving us really very good feedback on the April edition of the MDC. And we incorporated a lot of his comments when he said, this is not, I don't understand it. It doesn't flow. This doesn't make sense. Have you tried this? So we tried to put those sorts of things in, mostly in the subdivision regulations portion of this. So, I'd say come to staff, let's try and find a non-amendment solution. Otherwise, what are our next steps on this?
Okay, that makes sense if you're working on a project, but I think there's some individuals that, probably aren't working on a project that just want to change part of this code. I think, my take from Mel's thing is I don't think he's building anything down there. He just doesn't want big buildings there. So if you wanted to amend that part of it and say somebody wanted to pursue that, then they would have to take it to the planning board.
Yes.
After the second reading of this, but.
Right, well, that'd be correct. I mean, we'd have to go through that process again to do that. I still resist the idea that we're building, or we're putting in excessive buildings. I think we're putting in buildings that actually exist now.
Yeah, I understand the logic.
Sure,
I'm
okay.
not siding one way or the other on that.
Okay.
I just want to lay down the process, so if there's folks out there that, because I've heard that concern that this is going to be too difficult to amend, but we also know we don't have it perfect, so there is going to be some amendments over the next few months on this thing to work the kinks out.
And we're open, we're going to have our doors open on this. I mean, staff sat down with Mr. Borst last week and tried to walk him through this whole process to point out, here's the correspondences between the existing code and the new one, the proposed one here. And we are going to keep our eyes open. We're going to start keeping a list, and we imagine we're going to be coming back to you in about a year or so with just a laundry list of small changes that we should make, that we found some kinks in the road or kinks in the course here.
Okay. And I anticipate, because there'll be a second reading on this, between now and the second reading, we may get a whole lot of more input, because sometimes folks wait till the last minute. So you may get some more, and maybe by the second reading, you'll make some more adjustments?
That would not be our anticipation. I mean, we had an adjustment, or we had this open since April, and we had a lot of people come in with input since April that we did incorporate and we listened to and took seriously. So it's rather late in the game, I would say, to be making changes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about so several of the things that were kind of really important to me, we punted. So those are, hopefully will come back someday somehow. But the one thing that was not punted was the definition when it came to a family, and that made it in.
We gave it a shot. We actually had to punt that. I believe we sent a memo. I don't know if that ultimately made to you. I'm sorry, sir. We did have several meetings on that as staff, community development, fire department, risk reduction, city attorney staff, and we gave it a good go. We had a couple of different definitions to work with, and ultimately the city attorney's office recommended that or advised that we keep what we have now. It was going to be one of those, if you pull a string on a sweater, you could really unravel things, and if we pulled the wrong string, we were going to end up having a mess on our hands. And so we're unfortunately going to have to punt that into the realm of the housing study, but we've already brought it up with our consultant team that's helping with that. They've agreed to discuss through that and give us direction on how to make those changes to better have an inclusive definition, and that'll be one of those things that we'll address, as John said.
There were other items that the commission cared about, and we sent you away with our concerns. I don't actually have a list of mine with me, but I just wondered, Aaron, we just discovered one. What are some others that the city commission ask for, and whether or not that information is included?
Going back to that last work session where we kind of did a straw poll, if you will, we took out maximum parking as discussed. That was the big change. I'm trying to think, there wasn't a whole lot of other, we added more things in, the sidewalks stay, the minimum parking standards stay. And we reduced that bike parking, that was another one, so that's more logical and in practice. So we took those to heart. I apologize, Commissioner Estabrook, we really tried to get that one incorporated, and we spent several meetings and iterations of it, and at the end of the day, the legal counsel advised us to, let's talk about this one a little broader and further. So unfortunately, I had to punt that, but I think that was the only one that we didn't fully incorporate.
And there are still some remaining topics that weren't included in the MDC that are yet to be resolved, and when we resolve them, they'll be incorporated into the development code?
Yeah, primarily the accessory dwelling unit topic will come up. Ben Schmiel, our long-range planner 3, has done a great job of drafting some ordinance there, but with your direction, we held off, and we'll talk more about it as a tool in the toolbox of the housing study. I think the housing study in and of itself will bring a lot of tools that we can incorporate in one way or another into the development code. So those sort of things will certainly come about through that study. Other ones, yeah, you'll have to refresh my memory. I don't know if there was
That's
any.
what I mean. Are there any others that you're shifting over to the housing study besides the two you've mentioned? You've mentioned the definition of family, and you've mentioned accessory dwelling. Are there others that you've just shifted over?
The other part to the family definition was, just blanked on, sorry. What's that? Yeah, the 4-person rule or the size of a household. So that'll be discussed there, and there'll just be a multitude of tools and reviewing of our development code to see if there's anything else that we need to incorporate.
John, I really want to have you describe the ways that you have attempted to involve the public, not the committees that the city has that are organized and structured and you influence, but really just citizens who come forth and have are engaged, like Mr. Boris. You just met with him last week out of all this process, or have you met with him before about
Well,
the
in
development
fairness, we've had the
process?
process open for a long time. He came to us only a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
And showed up at meetings.
But nobody else has?
Well, we've had open houses, we've had Bang the Table.
I've come, yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
and we've had the Bang the Table website where people could comment and come in there and do that. And then we've had numerous study sessions in front of the planning board where people could show up and leave comments. We've had a handful of people show up at those.
So you've had public opportunities?
Several, yes.
Okay. Who from the public is on your ordinance advisory committee? That was a question I had. Do you have one?
They were all generally public members.
Well, it sounded like most of the input at that level was from the development community. So I'm interested in citizen input, ordinary person, somebody that, lives in the district, or, I don't know what I'm asking. I'm just fishing for information.
We had several developers. We had members from other boards and committees on there.
I'm sure.
And then we had citizens at large. How many? I can't remember off the top of my head.
At least 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the ordinance advisory committee?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Because it was fairly large, was it?
15?
Yeah,
It was fairly
yeah,
large, as I
15 to
recall.
20. Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
I might add also, we had some press releases. We also did, I'm pretty proud of this for our staff, video series. So I get that the development code's large and it's cumbersome, but we tried real hard to break all the different elements down into chunks, 8 to 10 minute videos that maybe not the most engaging, not must-see TV kind of videos, but I think we did a really good job. So it's unfortunate. We had a pandemic there. The stuff isn't super engaging as other topics are in the community, but our phones always worked. Our emails always were available. We just didn't get a bunch of, although I will say we did also have a number of community groups, organizations say, can you come speak to our groups about this? So I spoke to a number of realtors, the Builders Association, the Chamber of Commerce, business associations. I bet I did a dozen at least, just me going to them to present. So we were there available quite often after our work sessions. I would say, hey, if you have a group, we're happy to come chat with you. So I wish we had more time and was more engaging, but this was almost a 5-year process. So at some point we got to wrap it up, and I'm proud of the work we've done. I think we've done a really good job of making a sensible set of regulations that will make development happen in Manhattan.
I think we have to consider that we had a major interruption with COVID too, from the momentum that you had earlier on. And even tonight, there may be people who aren't willing to come, so there's still that. I do want to express a willingness to amend these regulations at such time as as we feel like it is appropriate. And I just want that in the minutes. It is important that we express a willingness to make changes in this. This is not cast in stone. This is our first effort. It's huge. You were talking about how it puts you to sleep. It has me several times. And other times I can't lay it down, I can't stop. So it's both. And, if you're in an older neighborhood and you feel threatened by some of these provisions, you're going to go on high alert, for anything that happens here in the community. So you need to be prepared for, some members, the development community may get what they want, but the citizens may react in another way. And so I think we have to be prepared for and willing to make changes. And I don't know what they are right now. I have been a frequent complainer over the years about the volume of exceptions that have gone to the Board of Zoning Appeals. And instead of, I've just been concerned at how ready they were to make those changes. Okay, let's do it. And without the kind of weighty consideration that I thought was needed. So if this fixes, and I mean what you've done over the years is allow a lot of deviations from the past regulations. So this is a whole new ball game, and we all will be learning what applying and implementing what this development code means and trying to figure it out. So I think we're going to know more in the future than we know now.
Yeah, and we are committed to scrutinizing as development rolls out.
And may I add to that, to your point about the Board of Zoning Appeals, being that we're anticipating you approve this, we've evaluated Board of Zoning Appeals applications for our December meeting to what could happen with the development code. And two of the requests and then one potential that never applied, their issues would have all been resolved or are resolved with the passing of the development code. And they were all within the ward districts, would be the established neighborhood overlay, all owner occupied, all great, modest developments, nothing huge. And because of our changes to that overlay district, we allow those developments that would otherwise, under today's rules, say they're out of scale, they're out of proportion, you have to go through a hoop. Our changes say it's scale within the neighborhood, it's scale within your block, and go ahead and make your building additions.
Really what
your
you're doing is just changing the scale. So now a lot more things are okay and don't have to come through the bureaucracy of the city. You're letting them pass on through. So I understand what you're saying.
The scale's the scale.
I do understand.
It is there, so.
I just want to,
So as part of that, these changes, not as many things go to the Board of Zoning Appeals. It also eliminated a bunch of non-conforming properties, correct?
Yes, non-conforming, some uses, but a lot of structures, non-conforming structures, that's correct.
So, my take on it, I agree maybe the final product is not 100%, but, my take on it is the work you've done is basically move the ball well forward. The website is far superior to trying to go through tons of documents. And so, in my mind, while I know it's not perfect, I'm gonna vote yes to support it, tonight, because we're gonna be better off with this product than the old one. And that doesn't mean we can't adjust it, and we've gone over, processes for doing that. So if there's some major disaster in there, we'll go through the process to get that changed. But I think we're in better shape with this than if we stick with the old.
I think, I understand the thing about community input and such. Unless somebody is developing or is in that mindset of changing something in their own sphere when it comes to codes or building, they won't go to our website and go to this. I mean, I have no reason to go there, unless I'm gonna do some renovations to my house or expand them or something of that sort. So it's gonna take about a year or two to figure out, one, we wanted to make it easier for everybody to access the information they needed, have a clear definition of what all of that terminology means, and then who to access, who to go to, the forums or whatever that's needed, especially for developers and whoever else wants to do anything, that they can easily access. So I hope we have achieved that, because that's very critical to people who want to make changes. And the other piece, in developing all of this, we have bigger developers. Hopefully you've reached out to all of the other developers who kept saying, the city is horrible. There's so much bureaucracy. I can't find this, I can't find that. So I hope you got a lot of feedback from them. I know when we look through it, or when I look through it, I tried to be as meticulous as possible, but I'm sure I didn't find all the holes. I'm sure I didn't find all the gaps, because that's not my language. I don't know what all of that means, unless I am that professional, and that's my engineering component, or public works, or whatever it might be. That's not who I am, so I tried to do the best I can with the knowledge I had. And I'm going to assume you've done the same. You've done the best you can to reach out to the people you can, and knowing that there's room for change, and this might not be perfect, but we will be flexible, and we are working towards making it easier so we can have a better community to fit into all of those plans you mentioned, the comprehensive plan, the Aggieville plan, all of these things. And hopefully we won't have big buildings where they don't belong, or big houses where they shouldn't be. And work towards even keeping our historic districts, the way they should be, or our business districts the way they should be, the facade and all of these things. But unless you're in that, doing that, you won't know the mistakes or what you're asking for, even if the planning board already passed it. I'm sure we haven't caught everything, but I'm hoping this is a step to catching those things. And only the next couple of years will really tell us if you've done well or if you haven't done well. I think that's the way this is going to be. So I am in support of what's been presented. I think community members will step up once they see, oh my gosh, this is impacting me. That's the only time we see them in this room or even contacting us. So I hope that happens. I wish we had these emails much earlier, because we've been discussing this for a long while, but they may not have known that particular issue at that time. So I'm sure we will get more emails in the future as well. But I'm supportive of the work you've done, and I do understand the issues that have been raised here as well.
So, I think also I'm very supportive of Ben's videos. I was one of your bigger fans on the YouTube, I think, and the videos. that was a fun way to talk about a very raw and dull, sometimes boring subject, and I think that was a pretty innovative effort to go through that. And I just, I know there's been a ton of opportunities for the community to weigh in. Even though there's been a pandemic, there's still been a lot of opportunities for people to weigh in, but there hasn't been very many people show up to those things sometimes, and that's frustrating as well. So it's not for the lack of opportunity. But I'm going to kind of pivot on the reverse end of that is from about, I don't know, February or so, when I came onto the commission 2 years ago, I started talking about, I wanted to see some differences as we discussed this with the four-person rule, the way that we handled how we worked our way out of some of the problems that were created. Maybe they weren't created for the purposes that they turned out to be, which was, in my opinion, some discrimination in some point. And I made that clear 2 years ago. And then we kind of whittled that away for 2 years. It wasn't for lack of trying that I didn't make you aware of my desire to change certain things in the MDC. So at this point, I'm not sure that anything I suggested got changed. And that is the opposite end of the lack of community access. I had as much access as anybody could possibly dream of, and I'm not getting anything I wanted. And I made it clear that as I compromised and negotiated with the other commissioners of their wants and their needs and balanced those things, I let go of some of my items, but I did make it clear that I wouldn't let go of the definition of family, and so I won't be able to support this version as it is.
Well, I'll probably vote to move it along simply because it's been drawn out for a couple of years now, and it's time to get something in place so that then we can see how it works and then fix it coming forward at some point. Yeah, I don't like everything about it. I don't like the idea of having to have sidewalks on both sides of the streets. On one hand, people talk about affordable housing. Making everybody put a sidewalk in front of their house is not make your house more affordable. And so there's just things like that, and that we say want something on one hand and then do something that totally contradicts it on the other hand. So, but that's, I like to say, I don't like everything about it, but I'll probably vote to move it forward simply because we've got to eventually do something with this, and then we can fix it if we need to.
Commissioners disagree with each other too. And we have issues sometimes on provisions. So I support the four-person rule. And I also, what was your issue?
Definition of family.
That one, that.
Sidewalks.
Oh, sidewalks.
Sidewalk is mine.
I have been involved, I started as a member of the Board of Zoning Appeals years ago. I did that for some years. And then the Planning Board. And I know what it has cost this city from a period when we did not even require sidewalks at all, and that is my neighborhood. And then we had it on we had a few years where we put sidewalks on one side, then we tried it on both sides, and then we went back to one side. I support sidewalks. I don't ever want to have to go back and pay for sidewalks in all the places we didn't put them. And you stand here every time, the community development staff, making the case that this is a more walkable community. We have needs that we didn't have in the past, whether it's biking, walking, whatever. So, we just have a difference of opinion, and I suppose at some point it'll come down to a vote. But it is important that we hash out some of these things. So, just to say we don't all agree.
Okay, so I guess we're at the point where we need to make a motion.
I'm going to support the moving it on, as Mark said, I can find things wrong too, but on the other hand, we set out to combine the zoning ordinance and the subdivision regulations. And this is an attempt. It's taken several years, and I didn't realize it was 5, Chad. I remember 3 years going by. And a consultant who then we had to rework it because it wasn't exactly what we wanted. Anyway, it's been a long process, and I just think we have to be nimble about willing to make changes and not accept so many, well, that's where I'm at. I'll let it go.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion then, that we override the recommendation of approval by the planning board on a prior version of the Manhattan Developmental Code and approve first reading of an ordinance adopting the Manhattan Developmental Code with required correction as presented tonight.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Morse,
Yes.
Commissioner Hattasol,
Yes.
Commissioner Estabrook,
No.
Commissioner Reddy,
Yes.
Mayor Butler.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, and we'll move on to the general agenda. Item A, which is consider Boys and Girls Club appeal regarding the Historic Resources Board demolition denial for 212 South Fifth Street. Now, this is a quasi-judicial item, which means the City Commission will review the evidence provided to it tonight and must apply the evidence to certain standards to make its decision. At this time, I'll call upon each commissioner to address any ex parte communication. If any city commissioner is engaged in communication prior to this meeting with any individual, either in favor of or against the matter being considered, please provide that information to the commission and the parties at this time so it is on the record. If so, the commissioner should then indicate whether they will fairly, objectively, and impartially consider the item based upon the evidence provided in the record tonight.
If I'm first,
Yep.
I would say, if I'm first, I would say I have had some contact. Is that what I'm supposed to? I've had some communications coming to me. I haven't replied or made a judgment, but I received an email from Colleen Lind, and I received, and I believe all of the commissioners did, likewise from the Chamber of Commerce. Their executive or CEO, whatever, communicated it on behalf of the board of directors. And, but I didn't reply to either one of them. And so that's all I have to report.
Can you be impartial?
Oh, sure. At the end, I will make it a point to be fair, objective, and make an impartial decision based upon the evidence in the record.
Okay, Commissioner Hattasol.
I met with the director and one of the board members at the Boys and Girls Club to have them, about a month ago, when they explained what they were wanting to do with the land and such. And I feel like I can make a fair, objective, and impartial decision based on the evidence in the record also.
Commissioner Hattasol, if I may, is there anything from that meeting that is not in the record now to share with the commission?
Not a thing. It's
Okay.
same things I've read in here.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Estabrook. I'm not 100% confident that I had any ex parte communication other than I did meet with the Boys and Girls Club before this even became available to the Historic Resource Board, discuss kind of their proposal to that board. Haven't had any contact since, and that was with Trent. But And then, of course, got the emails that everyone else did. And I can be impartial.
Yes, I spoke with Lucas Shivers and Trent Jones before they were going to the Historic Preservation Board. Didn't go one way or the other, just talked about their presentation and what their ask was. Once the board made a decision, I got a communication about what I was thinking about this, and a text message, and I just said, I haven't decided yet. I'm looking at the demolition parameters and studying it a little bit further. Other than that, I haven't addressed or responded to any emails regarding this issue, and I do intend on staying partial and having that conversation this evening.
Okay, and I did receive, like the other commissioners, the two emails, one from the chamber, one from Colleen Lind on the topic. I didn't reply, I did read them, as I think all of you did. Earlier in the process, I got a call from Boys and Girls Club wanting to meet about it, and I told them I could not because it was a quasi-judicial action, and therefore I preferred not to. The only other thing I did do, though, was I did go to the property in question here and walk around it a couple times so I could get a bird's eye view of exactly what we're talking about, other than just the pictures that are in the presentation. So I don't think I'll have a problem being impartial.
I just wanted to add one more thing. I also visited the property, and I've done a ton of Google searches on historical reservation, demolitions, all of this research, if that needs to be said. So I've done my own research by myself in my room.
Okay, so on that note, Katie, if you'll proceed with the presentation.
Sure. Just to respond real quick there to Commissioner Reddy, that if there's anything that you research that you're basing your decision on, that's the information that we just ask you to put in the record. But if you have not, then we can go ahead and proceed.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm Katie Jackson, City Attorney. We're going to go over just briefly the procedure tonight and talk about the framework for this decision. The commission has some background on this and experience, but we'll also, just to let members of the public know. So tonight, you're first going to have presentations from staff, the applicant, and if the property owner's here, they have an opportunity to present on this matter. We will have public submission of relevant evidence. Something that's a little different and that the mayor will also address is that because of the nature of this decision, that we ask that speakers can come forward, but they have to limit their comments to relevant, competent evidence. So if we ask them if they can tell us about their relationship to the matter of the property so that we have an idea of who they are and how they came upon it, but their evidence and comments should pertain to the standards that we'll discuss here in a minute. And then the commissioners can ask questions. Commissioners can ask questions that relates to the evidence of anyone who's speaking before the commission. After the public input closes, we will have final comments from the staff, the property owner, and the applicant if they wish. And then after all of that, the commission will have an opportunity to ask additional questions of staff or to have discussion. At that point, we won't have any other opportunity for the applicant, owner, or public to weigh in. Mayor Butler actually laid out some of the background on the quasi-judicial decision tonight, so I'm not going to cover that again. We did have, obviously, just for the record, we had the commissioners disclose any information that they have, so it is on the record so that we have ensured fair play tonight. So this is because our commission tonight, what they have to do is weigh the evidence that's in the record, either in writing or before the commission. They have to make a fair, open, and partial decision using the standards that we're going to talk about here shortly. They need to be able to fairly judge this tonight. They sit more like judges instead of their usual capacity as policymakers or legislators. We've already done the commission disclosures. So just briefly, I want to let everyone know that this is a process that is governed by the state of Kansas law. It's not under the city ordinance. It applies because the property, the worst house, which is how we'll refer to it tonight, the historic property is in with a national or state historic district. When a project is proposed in one of those districts, the state requires a certain process to occur. The initial review of the project is by the HRB, and they are required to consider certain factors set by the Secretary of Interior. An appeal of their decision comes to you, the City Commission, and you have two different factors upon which to base your decision tonight. And those are in Kansas state law, and they've been interpreted by the courts as well. I have them up here on the screen. You have a copy in front of you if it's easier. This right here, this screen is the kind of the basic framework for your decision. You have to review relevant factors, and I should say each of these items are in red because they are defined in the law. You have to review the relevant factors, and you consider whether there is a feasible and prudent alternative to the demolition of this property. When you're considering the evidence related to that factor, remember you're focused on this property, the Worst House historic property, whether or not it can be used in some other way. That's what that's referring to. It's not talking about alternatives to the intended use in the future for an adjacent property. It's focused on the uses of this property. And then the second factor is that the project has included all possible planning to minimize harm to the property. So just, again, this is all in writing here, but it's relevant factors is defined. It's the pertinent information submitted by the project in written form, including the evidence supporting their positions, and the Supreme Court has said this has to be competent evidence in the record. The second part of this, after you consider the relevant factors, is to decide whether or not there is a feasible and prudent alternative to, in this case, a proposed demolition. Again, it's defined by state law, and that's any alternative solution that can be reasonably accomplished and that is sensible or realistic. And then there's a list there. You can consider technical issues, design issues, the project's relationship to a community-wide plan if it exists, and economic issues. So it's kind of an overarching feasible and prudent evaluation of other options. And then the second factor that's set forth in the law is that you have to find that whether or not all possible planning to minimize harm has occurred. And that is this definition that the written evidence and materials that you look at tonight and that you submit to the SHPO, because we are required to submit this decision and the evidence in support of it, that they clearly identify that you, the commission, have considered alternative solutions, that they've been investigated, you've compared the differences, and you've described any mitigation measures proposed by the applicant that address the adverse effect determination of the HRB. I've just gone through a lot. Our city staff member, Ben Schmiel, when he actually shows you the details, he'll help you illuminate some of these concepts. Overall, when you make this decision, you do have the responsibility to ensure that you have the appropriate evidence that you need. The Supreme Court has actually said in the past that city staff is in the best position to analyze the facts and the factors and provide that information to the commission. That's why Ben Schmiel has done the analysis that he's done. That is just his professional analysis. You're going to hear evidence from other people tonight that you can weigh as well. You can ask questions, and you are supposed to weigh the credibility of the information that you receive. When we get to the point of a decision, we have the motions that are stated in pursuant to the factors that we just went through. So you shouldn't consider information or arguments that don't relate to those factors. So just be sure that you're keeping those factors in mind, and that whenever ultimately the decision has to be supported by competent, relevant evidence in the record, because as I said, we will be sending the outcome regardless of what it is to the state of Kansas. I'm not going to go over these motions. I have two motion slides, just so if the commission does want to rely on these down at the end, when you get to that, we have two that we can put up on the screen. They're also printed out in front of you. Are there any questions for me just about the process or the framework for the decision?
Yeah, I have one, may sound strange, but the decision factors, the second one said, the proposed project includes all possible planning to minimize harm to such historic property. Well, the proposed project plans to demolish the property. So that's about as harmful as you can possibly be. So my question is, the property itself, my understanding is it is not on the historical record. So does this mean minimize harm to the historic district?
Yes, to the district. So this is, and then we'll get into this in more detail, so I'm not going to go too far, other than to say the fact that the property is contributing or non-contributing, or the fact that the property itself isn't registered isn't relevant. It's the district as a whole, and Ben will provide some more elaboration on your question, Mayor.
Okay, so it's not, interpreting that literally, damage to the historic property is not really correct.
Yes, yes, it is. Well, the historic property being the property within the district. I guess I might have
Okay,
misunderstood
got
your
it.
question.
Because I'm thinking property as in that one, the worst house, and what you're saying is it's broader. It's the entire district?
Yes, yeah, and
Got
I'm
it.
probably, I think
Got
then
it.
we'll be able to elaborate. I think it'll make more sense because they'll have the facts to help apply that for you. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Ben Schmiel. I'm a long-range planner for the city of Manhattan. And yeah, I was given the task of doing the analysis for this appeal, gathering evidence, gathering facts as it relates to feasible and prudent alternatives, and ensuring that damage is minimized to the district. So we're going to go over just some of the information that we've gathered. And just to refresh the City Commission on the timeline of this project, back in June of this year, the Boys and Girls Club approached city staff about this project. They had mentioned that they were looking at acquiring the property with the intent of repurposing it, be it through demolition or at the time they were looking at potentially using them as administrative offices. We notified them that yes, that you're in a historic district. For that project to go through, you would have to get approval by the HRB. The HRB actually held a pre-application meeting with the Boys and Girls Club a couple weeks later. Due to the heavy investment that the project would entail, it seemed prudent to go to them first. The HRB did inform them that generally demolition is not recommended treatment for historic property and is generally seen as a last resort. Regardless, the Boys and Girls Club expressed their desire to move forward with an application, which they submitted and the HRB reviewed at their September meeting. The application was denied for not meeting the Secretary of the Interior standards, which Katie talked a little bit about. And a couple weeks later, the Boys and Girls Club submitted an appeal to this body. So that brings us here to tonight. And this is the location of the property in question. That's at 212 South 5th Street. We're calling it the worst house as it's historically called out as. It's just north of the location of the Boys and Girls Club of Manhattan, north of the alley. It's a small lot. It's only 4,000 square feet, but it is a location of this house, which is currently being used as a residence. It's a two-family structure. Through the process, we actually were able to update the information for the historic survey of this area. We actually confirmed the build date of 1927, built by Edward Worst and his wife. It's classified as a wood frame bungalow. There's a garage on site at the back of the property, built after 1955. Here's the interior of the building. Typical craftsman characteristics, woodwork, hardwood floors, built-in cabinetry. On the left is the kitchen space on the main floor. On the right is the kitchen space in the basement. Like I mentioned, this is a duplex. So here's basements, the basement bedrooms. And so the proposal for the Boys and Girls Club was to acquire this property on the condition that they would be able to obtain a demolition permit to level all structures on site and establish open space for use of the Boys and Girls Club. This would include some raised garden beds and some picnic tables, but the structure would be raised. Like I said, the HRB reviewed this project per state law, found that it did not meet standards 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10, and would damage or destroy historic resources. So the demolition permit was denied. Like Katie mentioned, the state statute provides a process by which the applicant can appeal to the local governing body, the City Commission, if they find that there are no feasible and prudent alternatives to the demolition and that the proposed demolition has included all possible planning to minimize harm to such property resulting from such use. Those are the factors that you are to consider, as Katie talked about. So staff, myself, are looking at this from the, we're analyzing the use of this property as a residence. We're looking at the alternative being the continued use as a residence as an alternative to demolition. And Katie already mentioned the definition of an alternative solution. So to look at the property's feasible and prudent use as a residence, we're going to look at a few different things. We're going to look at occupancy of the property over time. We're going to look at its value as a residential structure, and we're going to look at some kind of comparable projects to look at how similar properties have fared under the existing conditions. So going back to at least 2013, we were able to dig up some information on the property. We were able to find evidence of occupancy of this building going back that far, be it from Google Street View images showing that there were belongings on the porch of the property, people in the yard, cars in the driveway. We have some appraisers, Riley County appraisers photos showing clear occupants of the building. There's some correspondence with risk reduction in the past couple of years related to tenant-related zoning violations and nuisances. And of course, the photos submitted by the applicant this year show that the structure is currently occupied. So we can see that there's been continual or near continual occupation of the structure going back almost 10 years. In many cases, we see evidence of tenants occupying the property for multiple years. You can see that there's personal belongings on the porch that are consistent from year to year. So what this tells us is that this is a somewhat marketable residence if tenants are willing to renew and the property is pretty consistently occupied. Looking at value of the building, the Riley County Assessor's database currently values the whole property at $135,630, of which that is split into building value and land value making up $17,000 of that. We were able to track its assessed value over time, which isn't a perfect indication of its value, but it does give us a good indication of long-term trends associated with a particular property or property surrounding it. So we went back to 1998 to track the value of this property over time. It's been pretty consistently increasing at 2.84% on average year over year. Comparing that to other properties in the area within 1,000 feet, residential buildings, it hasn't quite kept pace with the assessed value of those others, so it's slightly underperforming those other properties that can be as simple as property maintenance issues, not upkeeping the property, not allowing it to increase in value as fast as its peers, but we've got an appreciating asset at the very least. So I mentioned that assessed value isn't always perfect. We're going to look at market value as well. Currently, the Boys and Girls Club has a contract to purchase the property with a sale price of $115,000. The structure of the sale is for sale by owner. It is not listed anywhere on any real estate websites. There's not a for sale sign in the yard. I was informed that the owner actually approached the Boys and Girls Club directly when he decided to sell the property. So there hasn't been an opportunity for many offers, I guess you could say, just due to the structure of the sale. And that 115,000, I say assessed value isn't perfect, but judging by the sale value, you kind of see it's within the ballpark. Also to look at its feasibility as a residence moving forward, we're going to look at the condition of the property. I want to reiterate that condition of the property does not include issues with nuisances or crime. It's not about the annoyance or the issues that this has caused in the neighborhoods. I feel for that, but we're looking at the feasibility of the structure as a residence purely. Nuisances and crime can come and go. We're just looking at what is there on the ground. Looking at the condition of the property, there's some clear cosmetic deficiencies at the least. Peeling paint, sagging gutter, the rear doors are in pretty rough shape, fences falling over. There don't appear to be any critical impairments to the use of the property as a residence. Woodwork and flooring are in great shape, both upstairs and downstairs. The kitchen, everything looks okay there. The basement unit appears in decent condition. Flooring and kitchen finishes in the basement at least appear relatively new. There are window wells within the basement bedrooms, which appear to make them conforming as to allow proper egress. There is a utility room, which is in pretty rough shape, but that's kind of par for the course for these older houses. The garage does appear in pretty poor condition. There's rotting pieces on it. The roof may need to be replaced or repaired, and the garage door is in pretty rough shape. The applicant also submitted a list of proposed repairs that needed to be completed on the property. BHS Construction did a walkthrough of the building. They cited roughly $155,000 worth of the work, and they included a list of all of those things that needed to be done. There's not a breakdown of dollar costs for each of those. I understand it was done pretty last minute. So that was included in your packets as well. I will just say that the bar that we're looking at here is whether or not this is a habitable, can be used as a residence moving forward. We're not looking to completely rehab this property and bring it up to a really nice level. It's just, is it feasible to use this property as a residence in the future?
Ben, stop for a second, please.
Yeah.
So could the garage be torn down without any problem because it's not historical, or because it's on the historical property? How does that work?
We'll get to that.
Okay.
And so I talk about habitability. We definitely have some examples of much worse off properties in terms of their condition within the community. I just wanted to go over a few of these just to mostly point out kind of what their value profile looks like. This is a property at 510 Morrow. It was issued a notice to vacate and issued a notice by risk reduction to fix or demolish the house at least once in its history. Building is valued at $26,500 and the land value is $54,000 for a total of $80,000. This is at 831 Osage. It's a vacant building. Building value much lower than the land value. 512 Morrow, same thing, building value much lower than the land value. That's what we typically see with these dilapidated structures, these vacant structures that are deemed uninhabitable by our risk reduction department. The building value tends to be less than that of the land. They're upside down. You can take it even further and just look at pure land value. It's just say if there was no structure at all, what would it be valued at? These are some vacant parcels. This one's at 728 Humboldt, valued at $1.50 per square foot. This is 1225 Yuma at $320 a square foot. This is all from county assessors data, keep in mind. This is just down the street from 212 South 5th at 410 South 5th. 320 a feet, a square foot, 826 Houston, 390 a square foot. So I bring that up so that we can better sparse out what the value of the building is compared to the value of the land. So if we apply those comparables to the 4,000 square feet at 212 South 5th Street, we're looking at somewhere between 6,000 and 15,600. But if we apply the ratio that is given in value by the county assessor's data, we're looking at 14,400 when we plug in the sale price of the property. So that does bring up a question of why is there $100,000 in value still potentially on the property, and this property just doesn't fit the kind of value profile that we typically see of properties that are too far gone, that are beyond repair, and can't be rehabilitated within reasonable use. Even so, we do have a lot of examples in the community of houses that were much worse off and have been rehabilitated. This is at 506 Morrow, 1000 Leavenworth, 814 Fremont. This was recently done. And I could go on and on with these, but I think you get the picture. And it's not, there's no guarantee that this property could rehabilitate to that level. But being in a historic district, there are a lot of financial tools available to properties to go through rehabilitation. Contributing properties within historic districts can qualify for non-competitive state tax credits for rehab work. Same thing with federal tax credits, which can be combined to add up to a 45% reimbursement of rehab costs. And those can cover a lot of things. Anything that is part of the building. If you took the building upside down and shook it, whatever wouldn't fall out would qualify. So exterior building surfaces, foundation, roof work, HVAC, doors, structural paint, painting on structural surfaces, walls, ceilings, even interior stuff. There's also state and non-government organizational grants that are available to historic properties. I think it was mentioned that this is not a contributing property, so it actually at this time would not qualify for those tax credits. It's mentioned in the historic survey for this area that if the historic cladding underneath were restored, it could be considered contributing. That's the only thing holding this property back from being considered contributing. So with a relatively simple fix, this property could have access to these financial tools in order to bring it into a habitable state if it's not already. So to sum it up, for feasible and prudent alternatives, we're looking at this use as or the use of the property as a residence as a feasible and prudent alternative. Looking at the occupancy history, it's had a pretty consistent record of being occupied, making it or indicating that it is marketable. It's an appreciating asset according to assessor's data. The condition appears habitable. I'm sure the applicant has more to say on that. The value profile just doesn't really match that we typically see of buildings that should be demolished. We have rehabilitation precedents of similar structures that are in much worse condition than this. There are special financial tools available to this property were it to become contributing. And the sales structure does concern me in that it hasn't been listed on the broader market. There may, still be an owner out there that sees potential in this property, but just hasn't, had an opportunity to see it. So our conclusion is that the continued use as a residence appears to be a feasible and prudent alternative to its demolition. As far as that second part, planning to minimize harm, the proposed demolition must have included all possible planning to minimize harm to such historic property resulting from the use. I think it was said earlier, the proposed changes, well, typically what this means from a historic preservation standpoint is that any changes are as reversible as possible, and any unnecessary modifications or destruction of historic character defining features are minimized, and of course the impact to the district has to be minimized. And if we do find that the demolition is unnecessary because there are feasible and prudent alternatives, then by that logic there are unnecessary destruction of historic character defining features. And with a wholesale demolition, razing the entire site, there's not an opportunity to scale back that demolition. You could have proposed to just demolish the garage, which is called out in the survey as a non-contributing feature. There could have been selective demolition, but this is a wholesale demolition, and it can't be scaled back. And when we look at the broader historic district, we can see it doesn't consist of a ton of properties. In all, there's 72. Purple you can see is the contributing, and green is the non-contributing. This property is adjacent to a couple of contributing structures. Just 2 doors down is the Litigene apartment buildings, which is individually listed on the National Register of Historic Places. The HRB cited in their analysis that the use of this property as a residence would be much more in line with the historic fabric of the district, and a demolition of a residential structure would be completely irreversible and would do irreparable harm to the historic district. So because it's not scaled back, there's no scalability proposed. It does irreversibly harm the district. We're concluding that the demolition does not include all possible planning to minimize harm to the historic property. I will add that this is a tough case. I don't enjoy standing in the way of the Boys and Girls Club with a noble cause. They're great at what they do. These are the facts that we were sort of asked to come up with when looking at feasible and prudent alternatives for the property. And like Katie said, we have to stick to those 2 criteria. So are there any questions for me?
Yeah, the building couldn't be moved, could it, then? Does that remove its historicalness?
It does.
And that would be forbidden also by the ruling that they had on the demolition? Or would that be a new proposal they'd have to make?
They would have to go back to the Historic Resources Board and make that proposal, yes.
Is that, you think, from your experiences, that get a different outcome at all than what they got the first time?
I don't know if I can say. Best practice says that similar to demolition, moving a property is also kind of a last resort. That one of the questions that are asked by the state when pursuing nomination is this building in its original location? And they take that pretty heavily into account as creating an issue for them.
Just curious there.
So Ben, I have a question. I don't know in which document I read, but was there asbestos in this residence?
So there are asbestos siding present on the house. You see this a lot with older homes, usually in the 40s, 50s, 60s. They just went over the old siding with new asbestos. So were the building demolished, there would have to be special mitigation for that. But, with just being there, if it's undisturbed, it's typically not an issue.
What do you mean it's not an issue? It's not a health hazard?
It's not a health hazard, no.
Okay, because it's on the outside?
Just because it's not being disturbed.
Oh, okay. Sorry, because, and the other a couple of questions I had was, you said for the state tax credits and federal state credits, they wouldn't qualify because it is a non-contributing residence, right?
Correct.
And so even those are there, they would have to be contributing. And in order to be a contributing residence, some of those things have to be improved or modified.
Yeah.
So you would need to put money into it before you can apply for the tax credits.
Correct.
You mentioned several of the modifications that they can make to improve it, but asbestos wasn't there. So some of the things that were mentioned were, I don't know how much it would cost. Is there a feasibility study on this? I saw a document from 2004, and I don't know if there was anything since then about what would it cost to do some of the qualifying expenses that are suggested.
So the only thing that was submitted was that statement from BHS estimating $155,000 worth of the recommended work. There wasn't a breakdown of the costs of those individual items. I will say that some of them aren't going to relate to improving the habitability of the structure. So if the asbestos siding doesn't need to be removed in order for it to continue being habitable. They mentioned removing a fence, the dilapidated fence, landscaping repairs, upstairs finishes, sanding the floor, painting, wood trim repairs. So I would point out that not all of those are going to be necessary to create a habitable structure and one that can be used in the future. But of the things that were included on that list, many of them would qualify for tax credits too.
But they wouldn't qualify as long as it's non-contributing.
Correct, yeah.
So I guess I'm wondering how much work needs to be done before it can be a contributing home for those types of tax credits.
Yeah, we see this a lot. The state of Kansas is very particular about the siding on houses. That's the only thing mentioned in the listing. If the asbestos cladding were removed and the underlying material were intact, even if it were in poor condition, it could be considered contributing. And that's not a guarantee, but it's one that we see a lot, and properties do go from non-contributing to contributing by addressing those issues.
I'm just thinking they wouldn't qualify for the tax credits unless somebody invested in doing those, and I'm thinking the owner doesn't want to do that. And because we are talking about demolition, trying to weigh the requirements, I guess is what I'm looking at. The condition of the home and it being, I don't know if it being non-contributing is an issue or not, but to make it contributing, you would have to invest some money into it.
Yeah, that's true.
At the beginning. Okay, I'll probably have more questions later. Thank you.
Are you aware of any mold, asbestos, or lead inside the structure?
Being an old house built prior to, what was the cutoff, 1970 or something, there's probably lead paint within the house. Asbestos siding is clear and present. As far as mold,
I guess the asbestos inside, though. You're talking about outside, right?
if they're
like tile, cracked tile, anything like that?
I couldn't see anything that looked like asbestos tile. Asbestos was used in a lot of things. Insulation is typically one, but we don't have anything to go off of there.
And the 155,000 or so doesn't include remediation, mitigation, any of that process that would have to be done if things are disturbed and there's lead or there's asbestos or there's...
I think it does.
It does include the remediation?
Yeah, as presented, it looks like that's taken into account. Mold and mildew removal as well.
So I have another question for you, Ben. In the decision factors, number one, there is a feasible and prudent alternative how do they qualify feasible? What is feasible? Is it 20,000, 100,000? Is it by square footage? You did mention it, maybe I missed it.
So that's kind of part of the quasi judicial process. It's really, we're considering these technical issues, design issues, project's relationship to the community-wide plan, and economic issues.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
I don't, I need a number, I guess, is what I'm looking for.
There is no number. You know, there's no number to say, okay, if you have to put in twice as much as the building is worth, it's unreasonable. That's really up to you to decide with the evidence given to
Reasonably
you.
accomplished with a sensible, realistic, based on consideration of technical. Yeah, okay. It makes it more confusing because we're talking about design, technical issues, projects relation to the community-wide plan, and economic issues. Those are all so robust in terminology, but I don't know what it means as far as a dollar figure. When I think about feasible, I think about the amount of money that needs to be invested in it.
And that's fair. And yeah, the applicant cited 155,000.
I don't know if that's feasible or not.
Sure. I'm presenting some examples of properties that have you know, been rehabilitated despite being in worse condition. I don't have numbers for what the costs of those rehabilitations were, but just looking at the value profile of the property, I do question the need to do all of these things in order to bring it up to a point where it is usable as a residence moving forward.
All right, thanks.
I have one question. Did risk assessment or risk reduction or code office basically, did they go and look at the house?
They did not.
And the question is why?
Our
And the
legal
applicant,
counsel.
Maybe the owner, property owner can answer the question, but it's free, right? So,
We would need the request or consent from the tenant or the property owner to do that, and we did not receive
I know,
that.
but
Yeah,
my
we would
question
have
is,
had we-
the property owner could have requested that, right?
Correct.
And presented that in evidence. Did he do so?
No,
Does anybody know why?
I can't say, no.
Okay. And my thought there is that, you know, when you have construction guys go in to look, they're looking at one thing, risk reduction's looking at something else, because the question was brought up about mold and things like that, and I'm just, that's why I'm curious about that.
We did reach out to the property owner, of course, in a letter saying that this is the date of the hearing, and if you have any evidence to submit, you know, here's the deadline. The property owner did not submit anything in writing. So the only thing we received was from the Boys and Girls Club.
Okay. Yeah, and I understood that we couldn't go in there, but it just seems like if the property owner is for selling the property and doesn't mind it getting demolished, he would have requested that risk reduction, take a look at it. Sorry, does the applicant have any evidence that they would like to submit?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name's Trent Jones, and I'm the Executive Director at the Boys and Girls Club of Manhattan. Since 1994, the club has been providing before and after school, no school day, and summer programming to kids and teens in the greater Manhattan area. Today we have 11 locations and see nearly 600 unique individuals enter our doors each day. The club exists to provide quality programming during times that without us could lead to latchkey situations while parents and guardians are at work. Through our programs focused on academics, healthy lifestyles, and good character and citizenship, we teach and inspire young people to be their very best selves. As you are aware, the Boys and Girls Club of Manhattan has the opportunity to expand our services at our 5th Street location by purchasing and removing the dwelling that currently sits next door to us at 212 South 5th Street. As the leader of our organization, I'm very excited about the opportunities and life skills that could be provided to young people by having this outdoor programming space and the ability for us to add program spaces to our highly sought-after summer programs. Our leadership team and board of directors desires to be respectful of the Houston Pierre District. We desire to provide a space that contributes to the neighborhood and promotes safety and hometown pride for the residents in the city of Manhattan. Currently, 212 South 5th Street, as it exists today, does not do that. We encourage city officials to consider overriding the Historical Resource Board decision of not granting Boys and Girls Club of Manhattan a demolition permit at the 212 South 5th Street. As we have reviewed in city staff recommendations, the home itself is not historic or contributing to the district per Kansas Historical Society's own listing. Even in past years, when the home was in much better shape and well-maintained, it did not qualify as a historic property. Should historic resources exist within this home to make it contributing, it would have already been identified that way. According to KSA 75-2716, historic property is defined to mean any building, structure, object, district, area, or site that is significant in the history, architecture, or culture of the state of Kansas, its communities, or the nation. If a resource is non-contributing, like 212 South 5th Street, notwithstanding its location within the historic district, it is definitionally not historic property. The city staff and attorney's opinions assumes that this property is historic property. We do not agree with that, notwithstanding its presence in the Houston Pierre District. Otherwise, any structure located in a historic district cannot be demolished regardless of whether or not it contributes or not. As we've heard twice tonight, and if you review the notes from our initial hearing with HRB, they have stated they would allow the garage structure to be removed, which would be considered property within a historic district. The city is currently in a position of deciding between allowing this home to continue deteriorating, being home to crime, and being less than appealing to our local citizens and visitors of Manhattan, or allowing the Boys and Girls Club to take ownership and provide a well-maintained space that not only contributes, but also provides opportunity to hundreds of kids and teens each year. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, I have a question. So do you have a proposal for upkeep up to $155,000, at least that was recommended? Is that something you consider to utilize it as opposed to demolishing it or to repurpose it in some way?
Yeah, so our leadership team and board walked through the facility with structures, interior structures. We have to have facilities licensed with child care licensing through the state of Kansas. In order to use the space indoors as it is, we'd have to add restrooms, we'd have to add certain safety features that are currently not listed in that $155,000. And honestly, with the square footage of the home itself, we'd be able to serve probably less than 10 individuals a day once those items were added and square footage was taken further away for program space.
Did you consider using it maybe for something else other than program space? Maybe, I wouldn't say storage so much as a space for other materials or office space or something, so there would be more space used in your current building for Boys and Girls Club and move something from there to this site? Was that considered?
It was considered as an administrative space. The space is not conducive or inviting or able to be restructured in a way that would be a healthy working environment from our perspective.
Thank you.
No other commission questions? And
Thank
okay.
you.
Then thank you. Is the property owner present tonight? Okay, that's where my question was on the code, but property owner's not here. So I guess we can't ask any questions of the property owner. Okay, we can now receive evidence from the public about this item of business. This item is different than other items we have considered tonight. This is not general public comment. Instead, comments should be limited to people who can provide the commission with relevant, competent evidence that relates to the standards for our decision tonight. As discussed in the presentation, the evidence should address whether or not there is a feasible and prudent alternative to the proposed demolition of the worst house, and whether or not the proposed demolition includes all possible planning to minimize harm to the historic property resulting from such use. I don't believe, did anyone sign up in advance? I think Kathy did, yeah. So if you'd like to come forward and speak, and please state your name and address, and explain your relationship and expertise to this matter, and limit your comments to 5 minutes, please.
My name is Kathy Jablotowski. I live at 100 South Delaware Avenue. I have been on the board of the directors of the Manhattan-Riley County Preservation Alliance since 2006, and so I have knowledge in areas of historic preservation. I would like to provide comments in opposition to the demolition of the house located at 212 South 5th Street. First of all, the applicant presented factors that are not relevant to this process. The applicant noted a deteriorated quality of tenants living in the house, as well as incidents involving the police department. This sounds like a case of not in my backyard, and it's disheartening to hear a narrative coming from Boys and Girls Club that implies there's a right and wrong quality of tenant. The applicant also mentioned that the house faces the blank walls of the Houston Street Ballroom and the rear of the Boys and Girls Club building. The view and not liking one's neighbors are not valid reasons for demolition. The information provided in the agenda packet makes it clear that this is not a house in such bad shape that demolition is the best and only option. Instead, it appears to be a case of a prospective buyer who would like to purchase the house, tear it down, use the lot for another purpose, and they are attempting to present this as the only logical solution. However, the house is currently habited, and none of the information in the packet indicates the house is no longer safe to be occupied. Therefore, a simple, feasible, and prudent alternative to demolition would be for the house to continue to be a rental property. The applicant provided cost estimates for potential renovations. None of the information provided in the agenda packet indicated the property has been cited such that these repairs are mandated. And so it seems the described repairs are ones Boys and Girls Club would desire if it were to use the house for its purposes. The house is currently considered non-contributing to the historic district, making it ineligible for historic preservation benefits. However, as already mentioned, the reason the house is non-contributing is because of inappropriate exterior siding, which could be replaced to make the house contributing. Once the house became contributing to the historic district, renovation expenses would be eligible for state and federal tax credits, which would make a renovation project much more affordable. Tax credits are a legitimate historic preservation tool. The Community Houses renovation project is a recent example of a project that took advantage of both state and federal tax credits in order to complete it. Another factor to consider is whether the proposed project has made every effort to minimize harm to the historic district. The proposed project would demolish all the structures on the lot and appears to make no attempt to minimize harm. An example of attempting to minimize harm might be to suggest demolition of only the non-historic garage while preserving the house. As presented, the plan is to clear the lot, and once the house is gone, it's gone forever. I would like to urge commissioners to deny the appeal because there is clearly a feasible and prudent alternative to demolition, and because the project does not attempt to minimize harm to the historic district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment?
Good evening. I'm Linda Glasgow. I'm the current president of the Manhattan-Riley County Preservation Alliance, and I'm representing 79 families who are members. The Manhattan-Riley County Preservation Alliance would like to express its opposition to the demolition of the house located at 212 South 5th Street. The Historic Resources Board reviewed a request in September from the Boys and Girls Club to demolish the house, and the board recommended denial of the request based on the proposed demolitions not meeting several of the Secretary of the Interior standards. The Preservation Alliance agrees with the Historic Resources Board's decision. The City Commission is now tasked to determine whether there are no feasible and prudent alternatives to demolition and to whether the proposed demolition includes all possible planning to minimize harm. The city staff analysis makes it clear that the house is not in such poor condition that it poses a threat to the public's health and safety, leading to demolition as the only option. There are tenants currently living in the house, and it has been occupied for the past several years, indicating the house is habitable. In addition, no information was provided that indicates the Risk Reduction Department has deemed the house to not be habitable unless repairs are made. The applicant had a contractor look at the house. The contractor's information notes that the foundation and the walls, roof, and floor framing are assumed to be sound. The contractor noted that the wall, roof, and floor sheathing are assumed to be sound. The contractor's information provides more evidence that the house is not in such poor condition that demolition is warranted. The contractor also provided an estimate of $155,000 for a variety of repairs. At present, the house is classified as non-contributing to the historic district due to inappropriate exterior siding, but this is a condition that could be changed with the removal of the siding and with the installation of more appropriate siding. Then, if the house were reclassified as contributing to the historic district, the cost of repairs could be greatly reduced through qualifying for state and federal historic tax credits, which would potentially amount to 45% of qualifying expenses. Financial incentives are just one of the many benefits associated with historic districts. Another concern of the Preservation Alliance is the potential precedent that would be set by permitting the demolition of a habitable house within a historic district for reasons that aren't relevant. Comments about issues with tenants and houses facing concrete walls are not relevant factors that should be considered when determining whether there are feasible and prudent alternatives to demolition. If irrelevant factors such as these are permitted to sway decision-making, then many other homes within the historic district would be in jeopardy and could potentially lead to a nibbling away of the historic district over time. The house may not meet with the needs of the Boys and Girls Club, but the house is in habitable condition. It's currently occupied and has been rented for the past several years. It's reasonable to expect that the house will continue to be rented in the future, and so allowing the house to continue to serve as a residence is a feasible and prudent alternative to demolition. The proposed demolition does not include any planning to minimize harm to the historic district, as the plan would remove all structures in their entirety from the lot. Vacant lots are not characteristic of the historic district. In conclusion, the Preservation Alliance is opposed to the demolition of 212 South Fifth Street. Our organization supports the decision made by the Historic Resources Board and agrees with the city staff analysis that there are feasible and prudent alternatives to demolition and that all possible planning to minimize harm to the historic district has not taken place. I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment on this particular topic?
I just wanted to share some.
State your name and address again.
Oh, I'm
for the
sorry.
record. Thank you.
Mel Boris, 1918 Humboldt Street. Thank you. I just wanted to comment, based on our experience installing cement asbestos siding and removing it later, that it's a kind of like carpet over a hardwood floor. It protects the siding that's underneath it, although there's a few nail holes in it when you take it back off. But typically the siding is the cedar, traditional cedar lap siding, and unless somebody's really hacked up the exterior trim on the windows and which occasionally happens. We never needed to do that, but typically you could take that off and not necessarily need to replace any siding to be more like the original. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on this particular topic tonight? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public input. And so the period for members of the public to provide evidence is closed. Now, does the applicant wish to make any final comments? Now, this would be the last chance for the commission to ask questions of the applicant also. So, any final comments? None? Does the commission have any questions of the applicant?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, did they consider removing the siding or anything else as far as making it better use? But I felt like you've probably looked at your options and didn't want to repurpose it, or didn't feel it wouldn't be conducive to what you need by repurposing or modifying or improving any of those structures.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Taylor, Trent. So if you tore down the garage and with the backyard and where the garage was, that doesn't provide enough green space to meet your needs. You have to do something else with the house, fix it up a little bit, rent it to some of the people who work for you or something maybe. But the part with the garage and the backyard, that's not enough green space to really do much for what you want to try to accomplish, I suppose.
Right, and we frankly don't believe that the investment in the property is a good use of dollars that could go back to our kids and teens.
Okay, I figured.
Okay, thank you. If the property owner was here, we'd ask them to make final comments, but again, the property owner's not here, so we can't ask for any comments or questions. Now, city staff, do you have any final comments regarding the item, or if the commission has questions of the city staff, feel free to ask.
I do have a couple comments. It was mentioned that the property should not be considered historic. I just want to say that the HRB has effectively decided that it is. Plus, it is within the a historic district that is listed on the state and national register of historic places, and that is the impact that we're also looking at as well. So to say that it is not historic is irrelevant and incorrect. It was already mentioned that crime and nuisances are unrelated to the feasible and prudent alternatives to the use of this property. I would just reiterate that. It's record. How many calls has been made to the property it is not a factor to consider.
Now, just to clarify, again, the building itself is not on the historic register, and it is not contributing to the historic district, but it is located in the historic district. Is that a correct way of explaining it?
Yeah, so within all historic districts that are on the state and national register, they divvy up properties into two classifications of contributing and non-contributing. Those are largely used to determine if a property should be eligible for tax credits, but it is to assess which properties are old enough to be part of the period of significance of that historic district, and those properties that have enough integrity that they've maintained over time. So this property is old enough to be considered contributing, but has been deemed non-contributing due to the asbestos siding being installed, affecting its integrity. So it's been said if that factor were addressed, the property could be considered contributing and thus qualify for tax credits. But because the entire district is listed on the state and national register, it is deemed historic.
I have a question, Ben. Earlier it was mentioned, I think by somebody about the public health somebody mentioned public health. How does that align or contribute or not align with the dismissal of criminal activity or other health concerns that are being brought to us by the applicant?
If I understand you correctly, I would say you could, if health was an issue, if the structure were a clear and present hazard, that those hazards needed to be mitigated in order to make the property usable and habitable into the future, and those costs associated with that mitigation were extremely expensive, out of the range of feasible and prudent, that could be evidence to use to say that there is no feasible and prudent alternative if the costs or practicality of mitigating those issues were impractical.
I guess that was definitely not what I thought the answer would be. So maybe I didn't ask the question correctly.
Health doesn't figure into any of this, really, unless it's so terrible that it's going to hurt people.
Yeah, what are the four listed? There's economic factors, part of the community plan. Katie, do you have them in front of you? I'm blanking.
Yes, it's, I hope that's okay. I have the factors. It's the, under feasible and prudent, it's technical issues, design issues, the project's relationship to the community-wide plan, if any, and economic issues.
Okay, if there's no other questions of the city staff, then at this point, the commission can discuss, the item, and we can ask questions of the city staff if we need to as part of the discussion, but not the applicant. So any commission comments?
Well, I'll start here a little bit. If I was on the Historic Resources Board, I would have voted to demolish it for a couple of reasons. A, it's non-contributory nature. B, it's somewhat rundownness. But most importantly, because of the greater good for the community, because of providing more and better opportunities for our youth to improve their lives. And so I realize that the Historic Resources Board, their focus is historical preservation of stuff, which is only a small factor in the big picture that the City Commission has to consider. And so I would argue that demolishing it is more contributory to the betterment of the community, because it provides more opportunities for the Boys and Girls Club to do their thing than it contributes to the historical preservation of the community. Different things, doesn't matter, but that's what I think on the big picture. I think the commission here would like to help the Boys and Girls Club as much as possible to expand their programming and do what you can. Our hands are tied, apparently. Every indication is we have no legal ground to stand on that would allow us to override the Historic Resources Board decision. And so the thing that bothers me is the fact that an unelected, unaccountable Historic Resources Board has more power than we do on this item tonight, and that bothers me. And so I'm going to have to vote to not support it simply because legally we have no grounds to support it. And I think that's wrong, that somehow between the state and the Historic Resources Board takes us out of the equation pretty much and gives us no ability to do this, even if we wanted to, because we just don't have the two standards they give us are crap, and we can't vote to override it based on those two alternatives.
Well, I'd have to ask, I understand where you're coming from, but, the thing that's tricky here is that they talk about feasibility. And the city staff, made a case for that, but here's my, assessment on feasibility. And Commissioner Reddy asked a good question, like what's the amount of money? I'm just thinking myself as a private investor, the building is not on the historic register. It's not contributing, okay, though it's in the district. It doesn't currently qualify for tax credits. The economics of it is I would be paying $115,000 for it, which is lower than the assessed value. And I'd have to put $155,000 in it to make it habitable, in my mind, based on what I saw from the construction. That's a $270,000 investment. And I'm thinking real estate, location, location, location. I personally would not invest $270,000 in that particular piece of property and try to use it as a rental. To me, that's ridiculous, and it's not feasible. Now, the other thing on feasibility, I always use the 3 Ps. What's possible, what's probable, and what's preferable. Oh, it's possible to throw $300,000 into that property, but that's not preferable. It's not anything I would do as an investor. And then when you look about damage to the district, I think the district is improved with green space as opposed to that building. And so using those 2 criterion, I think I can legally vote to overturn it and say I do not believe it is economically feasible to repurpose the building. And I also don't believe it does any irreparable harm to the historic district because the building itself is not on the register. And the green space will probably improve the historic district. Is that legitimate? I'll turn to the legal folks.
A court will get to determine that for you, should your decision be appealed. You all have identified the factors. We can put them up there if you need to see them. If the evidence supports the findings and you can articulate that, then that's how you're to phrase your decision.
Can you put the 4 up there?
Yes.
Is it the 4, or is it where it says feasible and prudent alternative and it has the evidence? Are those the evidence pieces?
They're all on one slide. It's probably the one that might be easiest is the one where, that one's probably the easiest to start with.
Okay. I can talk.
You got it.
Yeah, sure.
On page 4 of the handout.
You see, my point is feasible and prudent, what does that mean? Is $270,000 feasible to the average investor? And the applicant is selling it under the appraised value, which tells me something else about the quality of this particular structure. So in my mind, it's not feasible. And there are no prudent alternatives, or there'd be a bunch of people lined up wanting to buy that property because of the location.
But we have to have, but both factors have to, it's not an either feasible and prudent alternative or all possible planning things, it's an and. And that's where your argument is, the green space is better for the historical district than
Yes, because it doesn't,
than a non-contributory building.
clearly demolishing it's gonna remove the building. But as the building is gone, does that do irreparable harm to the historic district? And I'm saying no. That the use by the Boys and Girls Club and the green space isn't gonna harm the historic district one bit. It's gonna remove a building. And I don't know if that's a good enough legal argument, but that's the way I read it.
I'm going to take my turn. I don't think, I don't usually promote a residence that isn't worthy. But on the other hand, I also feel compelled to follow the legal advice of our city attorney with regard to legal follow-up and lawsuits. And we are at a decision point this evening, and so in my mind, we have an obligation. We aren't being asked to talk about tearing the garage down and putting a garden in or any of that. Should this building be demolished, and is the decision we're making. And I think it's been very clear all night we can fuss with it and struggle with it and say, oh, but what if? But in the end, we have a lot of paper here, a lot of slides that give us the clear path forward. And so I will support the motion to deny the demolition.
One follow-up question. If we voted to override and someone could take us to court and sue the city for not doing their thing, what alternative, if we say no, deny it, does the Boys and Girls Club have any alternative to take this to a higher power to try to get a demolition permit?
Yes, they could appeal it to the district court as well. So and when you say deny, you're saying to uphold the HRB's decision and deny the demolition.
Right.
Yes, anyone an interested party can appeal the decision regardless of what it is.
And then the court would then decide based on the same state statutes we're looking at more, or do they have something different, some different guidelines or?
They'll review what you did as a body, how your decision, and I put this in the packet, but what the court looks at is that you acted within your authority, which that's not really an issue likely. Whether or not your decision was fraudulent, arbitrary, or capricious, that's not typically the main challenge. The typical challenge to these from a legal perspective is whether or not it was based upon relevant, competent evidence. So a court would look at it. Whatever decision you make, it doesn't matter. Either way, a lawsuit could be filed. The court will look at and see that your decision and your findings were supported by the evidence in the record. And I also put in that memo, the court has said that the hard look test applies. And just to kind of articulate that in different terms, it means that that the commission, sincerely looked at the evidence before it, that you can reasonably come to the same conclusion as the commission looking at it. So the court doesn't substitute itself for you. It doesn't look, in other words, it doesn't look at everything anew. It looks at what you did and decide whether or not you acted appropriately based upon the relevant and competent evidence in the record tonight. And again, the legal department's not making a recommendation at all on which way this should go. I just want to clarify that for Commissioner Morse. We're not making a recommendation. We can't, because tonight is the first time all of this evidence any of us have heard. So the governing body is in the position to analyze the evidence before it and apply these standards. The advice that we're giving you is that the state law gives you the framework for that decision. So we can't just have a motion of yes or no. It has to be yes or no with certain findings being made. So our advice is we need to follow the process in the statute and express your decision in terms of those findings. We need to feel reasonably comfortable that the record supports your findings, whatever they are, but the legal department is not saying it should go one way or the other. That's the call of the governing body based upon what you've heard tonight and what you have in your packet.
So I guess my comments are somewhat in line with Mayor Butler in that I don't know that it's feasible because of the investment that would be required and the changes that would be required to even trigger the opportunity to have a tax credit to make it go and go on and on and on. So is that a realistic, sensible or realistic? Not in my opinion. I don't think so. And then based on the consideration of the project's relationship to the community-wide plan, I think currently that would fit well, but I guess I don't see this benefiting, or I guess I'm kind of with the mayor and saying, does that work? No, the economic impact and the other factors just don't line up to make it. I mean, it's a big what if. It's on the edge of the district and it's non-contributing, and So my position is that we would deny, or we would overturn the denial and allow for the demolition.
I tried to look at all of the facts without thinking about Boys and Girls Club, mainly because we have a empathetic and a good relationship with Boys and Girls Club. But that's something we had to put aside, mainly because we're talking about whether to demolish or not. And that's been difficult. And I think Mark expressed the anger very well. When we feel such a close relationship to something that's very important in our community, we want to support it in every way possible. But the fact of the matter is, that's not my job tonight. My job tonight is to see if we should move forward with demolition or not of this specific property in this specific historic district. And with that being said, I'm not sure I have all of the information. For example, when we talk about codes or pipes or lead and all of these things that have been discussed, I haven't seen a true assessment of that, the cost of it. I haven't seen, I think the foundation, as was mentioned, is probably strong, but I haven't seen all of the data that pertains to the health and safety of what's inside without doing a code inspection. And the reason they probably didn't do it is because they would have to pay for it or something of that sort. But I don't think I have that kind of information to see if it is healthy to live there for the tenants that are living there. We're always talking about like mandatory inspections and stuff because we are thinking about the health of the tenants that live there. And there's only so much fire inspections can do, fire code inspections would do. So I don't think I have enough information, but as far as the feasibility part of it, I'm stuck on that because I think there are things that can be done. I think if there was a good investor that believed in historic development and they could come in and change some of these things so they are eligible for historic credits, I think that's something that might be a possibility that can take place with this particular house. My concern is if we move forward with this, that other structures that are an eyesore, let's say, as we walk by them, we can't just make an opinion as a bystander and say that should be demolished and be used for something else if it's in a historic district. And I worry that that's what people are going to do, that people will say, I can do something better with that. I can set up a different shop there. I can make it look even nicer without using the structure that's there to make that district look nicer. In this case, I'm going to agree, or at least support the recommendations that was made by the Historic Board. But it's a very difficult decision because I wish somebody would take the time to make those improvements. I think there is a possibility there for those improvements to be made. I am concerned about the health of residents right there, and I'm not sure we looked at it deeply enough to figure out all of the assessment that needs to be done. Are those the only two motions I can go with? There's no way to abstain from this? But I feel like I just don't have that kind of information.
If the commission requires more information, an option is to table the item and give direction to the applicant or the staff, whoever's in the position to give you the information, and then you would take it up at your next meeting and review the new information that you've requested.
If that is an option, I would like to table it. I don't know how other commissioners feel about it because I want to see the codes inside. I want to see the health and safety about the all of the things we've just mentioned. We have the what we can see with our eyes, but we don't have the actual, I don't know what else that might be there that's unhealthy.
Okay.
And how much it would take to.
I can agree with that because the key missing element here tonight is the fact that the property owner is not present. And the other key thing, as I mentioned earlier, is if the property owner would have risk assessment, do a free inspection of the building, that would provide the data that Commissioner Reddy has asked for. And I know that the city can't require risk assessment to go there, but we could ask the staff to go back and contact the property owner, or the applicant could contact the property owner and ask the property owner to request that risk assessment go through the building. So I'm open to that, so
I just need to know more about that piece of
So
it.
you could go ahead and make a motion to table it.
Is there any comments? I don't know. Okay, I move, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think one thing I was curious as we talk about what this, if we're tabling it or not, the hard look element, I mean, that kind of helps with that, of course, but another component is how does that look in the larger scheme of things? Is it almost, to me, when I understand about the hard look, is that it allows the commission, like Commissioner Hadisall was talking about, the bigger picture. And in that sense, we're talking about, yes, you don't want to bring into the discussion, we're limited about childcare, but childcare in the bigger picture is a contributing factor for the entire community. And I'm stuck on that, wanted to say that. I don't know that we can do anything more with it, but if we're going to do something about tabling it, looking in that regard for the hard look approach, doesn't look like no positive.
Commissioner, the hard look approach is not something that this commission considers at all.
Right.
It's not, and the court, when they're looking at a hard look, they're not looking at broader community issues. That's not what it means. The court is looking at what the evidence that the relevant evidence that applies to the decision, whether it was sincerely evaluated by the governing body. And one way to explain it, just in some simple terms, is if the evidence, 98% of the evidence goes one way and 2% goes another way, and you go with the 2% and cite the 2%, there's a possibility that a court would say, you might have had some evidence, but that supported that, but taking a hard look, that's really not the reasonable conclusion you should have made looking at the whole of the evidence.
Well, I guess
So
what I'm
it's-
saying is, what if I am looking at this and I only see 2% of one thing? We don't even have an owner here, and 98% of this discussion for me is about childcare.
It shouldn't be.
Well, I
Childcare
mean,
is
but
not a
but it's
factor.
involved in this because it's influencing the discussion, right? Like, that's the larger hard look that I'm hearing.
And that's an inappropriate consideration under the statute. Considering childcare at all, especially on the record, is not appropriate under the statute. You are not, the statute does not allow you to consider the greater good or the purpose, as noble as it may be. If that's weighing in your decision, then that would not be an appropriate way to make the decision. In terms of getting more information, though, if there is more information
that's
that would
what I'm
help you
asking.
inform it, and that information has to be limited to these factors, relevant, competent evidence. It can't be a child care study in the community. That would not be relevant. That should not be considered or admitted as part of this. But if you can get input from the code services offices or input from the property owner, that relates to your factors, then that rounds out the evidence. But again, I want to make very clear that the purpose or the operation that's going in there and the need for that in the community, unfortunately, is not a relevant factor under this framework.
Right, but you presented evidence to us today that talked about that. So
He
if
did.
the applicant did, yeah. So I'm asking if we're tabling this, I was asking.
Yeah, it wouldn't be, it's not relevant.
So
He presented it, we're not going to.
you're not, if we're asking you for information, it's not going to include that, right? Is what you're saying?
Information related to childcare in the community?
Well, we come back. Anyway, I have another question.
Okay.
I guess if we are tabling or if we don't take action, does that, let me back up. The discussion about uninhabited properties was brought by city staff, and comparisons were made. And based on this is not inhabitable, this is inhabitable. So you've made a value decision, and based on code services apparently made something uninhabitable. What makes this property uninhabitable? And maybe the code services visit if the property owner is there. So in my view, that's not apples to apples. We don't know what code services would say about this property. And I'd like to see that if possible. But if there's other properties in the larger picture of this, it was brought to our attention, you can't, the worry of, would you demolish other properties that are in a historic district? What is the process, if there is any, to remove blight that is just not going to get rebuilt, that are like those other properties that are not being touched?
Well, we have the process by which if a property is uninhabitable and dangerous, then we have the process, and I think we've been through it since you've been on the commission, where we can essentially condemn the property and we can require it. So there's a process. You give notice to the property owner. They have an opportunity to make the repairs if they fail to do so. And they have an opportunity to present evidence about those repairs. If they fail to do so and repair it, then the city can ultimately require it to be raised. Or you can also, the city can take ownership.
You can do that within the historic district. So
Or
this
there's
could happen to this property.
There was an or. The city can take ownership and fix it up and return it to a residence under the statute. So under the statute by which we condemn dangerous structures, it does not necessarily result in demolition. There's an alternative process for it to be rehabbed and reused as a residence.
Katie, are you done?
And I guess I would add, Commissioner, just so you know, if we were to go through that process and the city's position was to demo it, the city would have to go to the HRB in order to do that as well. But
So there's really never a situation in the world where this would not have an alternative. How do you demo anything in a historic district if there's always an alternative? You said the city could buy it and make it better and.
Now that's if the property meets this, it's a separate statutory process, a separate determination on if a property is considered dangerous. And that's completely different. That's based upon the condition of the property.
Right, but there's still an alternative. Even in that worst case scenario, there's still an alternative that the city could rebuild.
So that would go through the same process that this one did, and it would first go to the HRB. And remember, you're talking about a very different property condition. You have a habitable property here. The facts today are this property is inhabited. So you're comparing, it's very difficult. I wouldn't say that they're parallel to say you have a habited property where you're going through this process and applying these factors to a process that by definition is uninhabited and dilapidated and dangerous. So that's the condition that qualifies a structure to go through that process is very different from the fact scenario here. And if something fit under that fact scenario, potentially it would result in a different outcome with the HRB and the City Commission tonight, because the repairs and the everything to restore it to habitability would be very different. Here, we don't have an issue of restoring a property to habitability at this point because it is inhabited. So that line doesn't apply to an inhabited property.
Habitability, is that determined just by somebody being in it, or is there no standard of safe, decent, nothing?
Yes, there is, of course, standards of safety under the code.
Okay,
services.
then we don't know that we only know that somebody's in it.
At this point, the evidence before the commission is that it is inhabited and that's being leased. So we don't have evidence to the contrary, and I think that's what the commissioners are seeking by tabling it, is that you may receive evidence to the contrary. The result of that for the property owner is that the property will have to be vacated. Right. So bear that in mind, that there might be a disincentive for the property owner to cooperate with this. Because if there is a determination that it's uninhabitable, then we can't wait for the current tenants have to be taken care of. You can't wait for this process to occur. So if the Code Services Office makes that determination, they will have to follow through on enforcing the conditions that they find. Now, potentially what they get from that might present other evidence to you that shows that the costs make it infeasible for it to continue to be used as a residence. And I think that's the missing link that you're identifying here, is we know what it is now, but we don't have, I think what you're asking is you don't have the evidence of whether or not it's truly inhabitable You know it's inhabited, though. You can't ignore that.
And
So
I'll just stop.
I think that you're hitting on the missing link here.
So I think, Commissioner Rath, if you want to make the motion,
So-
the idea here is to table.
Excuse me, Mayor, while Katie's there, does this tabling affect any of the rules or the procedures going forward? So do we have to repeat procedural aspects tonight, or is it limited
So-
to this investigation only by the code department, and that's the only piece of evidence that can come back?
Yes.
Or, and no ex parte during that time, or any of those other rules that would govern this process?
It will continue to be a quasi-judicial process, so you can't take new evidence during that time. In terms of your question, the commission, if you table it, you need to give specific guidance to staff and the applicant as to what information that you want. And if you're tabling it to the next meeting, then you would say, we want this information. If we make our effort, I don't know what you're going to ask for, but if we make those efforts and we don't have it, then when we return that night, we wouldn't repeat everything to answer your question. We would just answer whether or not we have the additional information. Our inquiry that night would be limited to the scope of what you've asked for. So if it's a code inspection, for example, then you would say, this is what we're looking for. We'd make our best efforts, both of us. None of us are the tenants or the property owner, so we can't give that consent, but we'd make our best efforts. If we're unable to obtain that, when we return to you, we would say, we don't have that information. You're going to have to make your decision based on everything tonight. You're not going to receive other new evidence outside the scope of what you ask for at your tabled session.
So my intention would be, if you make that motion, that basically we're looking for two things. One, from the applicant, a detailed breakdown on what it would cost to restore that building, because we had $155,000 there, but it wasn't clear, like asbestos removal, whatever. And then second thing is to ask the owner to provide a code inspection. Now, he can choose not to do so, in which case it won't come back.
I have several questions for you. So that's the information I'm looking for, mainly if it's habitable or not, is mainly what I want to know, because I'm not trying to see how many ways we can find a path to demolishing it. That's not my intent. My intent is the tenants that are right now may or may not be safe in that structure as it is. Mayor Butler mentioned something that the owner needs to give permission for that. Do we need the owner's permission to do an inspection?
Yes, the
Okay.
tenants or
Yeah.
the owner need
Because
to
you-
provide consent for that inspection, or else the city doesn't have an opportunity to get that information.
So we can't say why, looking at it for this reason is not good enough for us to step in and say, do an inspection.
To force? No, we cannot do that. We need their consent in
Okay.
order to enter the property in this case.
So when you seek consent, and would you tell the owner that if we find, some things that might not be safe, it might be inhabitable, and you might need to vacate?
Well,
Would that be presented to them? They would know that, I would assume.
If the code office is doing a whole property inspection on the violations, whatever list of violations that they've identified, they'll go through their normal process with those violations. In other words, I think what you're saying is, are they going to narrow their scope of their inspection to certain things? And no, they'll do their typical property maintenance inspection, and whatever the result is, they'll follow their normal process.
No, I wasn't thinking that they're going to narrow the scope.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's going to be a reason why the tenant may not want the inspection, is because this is the only place they have, and I don't know if it's safe or not. And I still won't have the information I'm seeking.
I do want to point out, I do understand why habitability is relevant to this, because the evidence you have for one alternative is continued use as a residence. But habitability is not a factor here. So just bear in mind that while the habitability information you get, it has to work into whether or not it's feasible or prudent alternative to continue to be habitable. So it's not like what we have to do is determine it's habitable now. It could be uninhabitable now, and still it could be, you could find based on the evidence that it's still feasible and prudent to restore it to habitability. So I just want to be clear, it's not, it's not habitable, so we've satisfied it. It's, if that determination is made, it has to be uninhabitable and also not feasible or prudent to restore it to habitability. So I hope that makes sense.
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. Were you done?
No, yes, go ahead.
I will make a motion to table the recommendation to demolish until we have further information about code inspection of the house, of the residence. I'm thinking it would take at least a month since we have holidays in between. Is that a time, do we need to be specific about a time frame?
I don't think we have anyone from fire here, but yes, it would be best to give a deadline, whether that's,
Does it
you
take
know,
a
if you
long
give it
time? I don't know.
8 weeks or, I mean, however time you think is reasonable, but it would be best to give a date to continue the hearing to, that date certain. I can't speak to how long it will take that to occur.
Maybe 2 weeks? Yeah, go ahead.
So you're gonna want a code inspection, and the other thing was a
Feasibility,
breakdown
yeah.
of the thing.
Cost.
And it may be that if the owner isn't willing to allow a code inspector in, if they would let the Boys and Girls Club people in and have you guys kind of make a list of, you would have an idea of what things are code, would upset the code services people, whatever that new term for them is. But yeah, two things, the kind of a breakdown thing, and if the guy won't let you do it, then bring us something from your, if he'll let you guys back in, bring something that talks about what kind of things are essential to be changed quickly, really to keep it habitable, so we might have,
Maybe in 2 weeks?
we won't be, we'll be back in 3 weeks, right?
Yes.
I would shoot for the December 7th.
7th, yeah.
Well, I think we should just use the 3 weeks.
Yeah, okay.
That's plenty of time.
So, there you go. Did I make a motion?
I'll second it. I second it.
Okay.
So clarification.
And under discussion, I would say that I believe that we have sufficient information this evening, and because habitability is irrelevant, it's not a justification. I'm willing to table it and talk about it again, but habitability is not one of the things we're considering. So-
Habitability is not the question. It doesn't
Right.
determine, it is a factor that might contribute to whether or not it's feasible and prudent to continue to be used as a residence. A finding that it's uninhabitable doesn't mean that you have to decide one way or the other. You'll have to weigh it among all the other evidence that you've been presented.
It contributes to
Feasibility.
the economic impact and economic feasibility of maintaining the building. That's why that's
Yeah,
important.
I'm looking at feasibility. I think the other piece is just for my own information.
In my mind, the city staff has provided sufficient evidence for us to make a decision, and that
Okay, but we-
I'm only one of 5.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, because
So-
Commissioner Hattasol seconded it.
You're gonna repeat.
And
what
the
it is.
motion includes, we would like the owner to contact the code office and have a full inspection of a home. And we would like the applicant to give us a total breakdown of what it would cost to put this building back into a better state than it is right now. So those are the two things. And then of course, if the owner does not wish to do that, then we just won't get that one piece of information. But we can get an update on the BHS breakdown of the $155,000.
And Mayor, you also, not to add this to your motion, but there was a question about the cost to replace the siding to access the tax credits. Is that something that you want?
Yes, that's what
someone to outline? I know.
BHS
Okay.
could do,
Wanna
because
make
they
sure.
identified the asbestos. So the applicant could address that piece of it.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Can we call the roll? That's the motion to table.
Right.
Commissioner Hattasol,
Yes.
Commissioner Estabrook,
Yes.
Commissioner Reddy,
Yes.
Mayor Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Morse.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
to be all right without Randy. Sorry.
No, I'm screwed. I should be careful. You got the.
Once you pull your, I do have your stuff up actually. If you go to Chrome.
No, I changed some stuff.
Okay, you're good. No, I was gonna pull up.
Just minor. Hold on.
What's up, buddy?
Is your
2020.
PowerPoint still good to go?
Yeah, 2020, very top. 2020, keep going. There you go. Nope, down. There you go. And yeah, just do the PDF. Oh, that one's fine. We're good to go.
Okay, go ahead and do your thing.
Did the mayor say 10 minutes? Okay.
How's that gas line going?
Hey. Good evening. You too. Here, these mics are still on. One sec.
I got a big kick out of that meeting like that. The lady with the briefcase standing up and off we go now, and they all stood up and walked her out, and, well, I guess we could move that 10 feet and offset it. Well, yeah, he saved that for the last. I mean, it just as a strategic thing. But I also got a big kick out of the angry housewives and
I think we'll bring the meeting back into session. Our 10-minute break here is over. I think all the commissioners are back, and we will continue on. We've got a couple more things to complete here. And the next item on the agenda is first reading of ordinances amending the water and sewer rates. And I think Rob Ott, the Director of Public Works, is going to speak to us on that topic.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Randy DeWitt, Rob Ott, Director of Public Works. And then online tonight is Randy DeWitt, Assistant Director Public Works for Utilities. He's home this evening with some ill family members, but he is online. And, my intent is I'll try and take all the softball questions and I'll give the hard ones in. Now, all kidding aside, we'll try and do the best we can to answer any questions you have tonight. And I'm going to go ahead and get started here. So, goals, objectives, this is probably the second time this year that we've talked about utility rates. This is the actual adoption that would go in effect January 1st of 2022 if you all approve it tonight. And while all four of these items are certainly important, and definitely items 1 through 3, really the big one for me and probably for Randy and his staff is number 4, and that's providing services that protect the health and welfare of our community, our citizens, our customers inside the city, as well as our bulk water and wastewater customers, making sure we're within compliance. And it doesn't take very long right now to do a Google about Michigan and their water supply and some of the issues that they're having. In fact, a town very close to where I grew up, just 5 miles away, is having some very serious issues. And that is not a fun event for them. But definitely for us, meeting state and federal regulations and providing quality product is our goal. And I'm going to start off with the wastewater side. And let's see here. This is kind of a year in review. Basically, all divisions are under budget. Probably the only surprise that we had in 2021 was the gas bill in February, and we weren't the only ones. And talking to counterparts in other cities who are on a co-op with a gas supplier, they all experienced similar one-time, very large fees for their gas bill for their operations. We are projected, our budget was 3.11, and we're projected to come in right around 3.56. So I guess a year in review, we're looking fairly good there. This next slide, what we're asking the commission, let's see if I can get this out of the corner there. So what we're asking the commission to consider tonight is basically a flat 3% increase across all users and categories. This chart here, if you'll remember, the red line is the recommended fund balance. The recommended fund balance is 1 year of debt service plus 3 months of operating costs. So just like you all have a savings account for certain things at your home, we have recommended fund balances both for water and wastewater and stormwater as well. And that's kind of how that red line is calculated. The green line is what is projected. Let's see here. This chart includes the out years. So Randy and the finance department has entered all the CIP projects that are identified in the sanitary sewer master plan. It also includes the joint maintenance facility costs as well as the current levy costs from those projects and their shares as well. So you can kind of see what's projected in the out years. This is customer impacts across, again, both category and class. So you have low, average, and high for residential. and then the same, you have a low, medium, average, and high for business. On the far right over here is what the monthly differential will be, depending on which class or category you're in, as well as the proposed annual difference. So you're talking about just under $8.60 if you're a residential low. Obviously, if you're a business with high water user, your bills can be significantly higher than that. Where do we rank in terms of other cities? So what Randy's done on this slide here, he's got Manhattan. This is kind of where we're at currently on this line here. So we're roughly in the middle. And with a 3% increase, we'll stay in the middle. Randy did go out and try to make sure he had the latest rates. Now, that doesn't mean that perhaps these municipalities, these other organizations aren't going to raise their rates, whether they do it at the end of the year like us. A lot of them do it mid-year, but this is based on the most latest data that he could find and kind of where we're ranked among all these different cities, everywhere from Garden City all the way up to Newton on the high end, Lawrence, Gardner, Salina, Topeka, Wichita, Leavenworth, so on and so forth. Okay, so with that, Commissioners, I'm going to stop right there. That's the end of my slides for wastewater. Okay, now water's a little more complex, so I'm going to stop and see, Mayor or Commissioners, do you have any questions on the wastewater side? And again, we're just asking for a flat 3% for the wastewater fund for an increase. Any questions? Okay, I'm going to keep going. All right, water's a little bit more complex, and I'll try and get through all these slides the best I can. So again, starting off with a water update, our revenues are projected to be on target for budget amounts. All divisions are under budget. We did have a general fund transfer this year of just over $2 million in terms of budget versus projected costs. We're basically sitting right where we should be. Let's see here. And yep, I think that's all the points I got for that slide. Now, on the water side, there's numerous different projects. Some of these have started, some of these were just in discussion, and some of these we haven't even initiated yet. So I'll talk a little bit about the Northwest Water Transmission Main. We do have a consultant under contract for that, and we've begun looking at the modeling for that. I've seen probably more models than I've liked. One of the things that we've identified is probably a new Northwest Water Tower. Some discussions that we're going to have with city manager after Thanksgiving and the approach on how these two projects are going to work together. I believe 60% plans are supposed to be delivered this week on the next project, which is the water booster stations from Olson Associates. So we'll have those plans coming in and we'll be reviewing those in-house and we'll continue to work towards a bid date in 2022. The Anderson Waterline project is being designed in-house. I intentionally stalled that project this year because I didn't think I would survive having Kimball closed and Fort Riley Boulevard Bridge closed, and then I tear up Anderson Avenue all at the same time. There was some concern for my safety if I did that. So that is a project that we're targeting hopefully in 2022. Most of you probably have driven Anderson Avenue because that was one of the few routes that was open. Many of you over the years have seen the water main breaks that have occurred on that route and the disruption to our customers and residents, as well as just how rough the pavement is. So there's some pavement street money that'll be involved with that, as well as addressing the water line and getting something that'll have a good service life going forward. Well expansion, that is one that we have not even hired a consultant. We haven't even gone out for an RFP or an RFQ. So that's one that we haven't gone out for. That'll probably stay a little bit on the back burner. Water meter replacement, kind of a normal thing. Joint maintenance facility cost share under construction, as well as understanding the levy costs as well. Unplanned projects, it'd be the TCB is the Tuttle Creek Boulevard drainage channel, which is over by the lime pits, which is on the east side of US 24, north of Good Food Place and IHOP and all them. That channel gets widened. Again, remember that channel gets widened, which helps our downtown stormwater, east watershed projects in the future. That project will have to wait until the levee is completed. There's also some compliance issues that our good friends in Topeka at KDHE have asked us to bring. It's called the Supernate, which is basically the water that's on top of the lime ponds. They don't want that discharging into the channel anymore. They want it to go into sanitary sewer. We have a temporary fix right now that addresses that, and there's a more permanent fix that'll come with that project as well. And then, of course, there's Aggieville.
Rob, with regard to the TCB drainage channels, so you've taken you call it the pretty ditch.
Sure, go ahead.
North to IHOP. So you plan to take that on across that empty area north of there? Or what's the next project there?
No, actually, that's a good question. We certainly will not take the scale. We will not take the beautification to the same level.
Okay. That's fair.
The channel will need to be widened. It's under capacity.
Right.
So it'll be widened because of some change in operations. We can actually take some of that real estate out of the lime pits and obtain that capacity that we need in the channel and so forth. But it will not have, I'll double check with Randy.
It won't have the pretty part.
It won't have the intense beautication
So when
component.
you say that it is, you're going to expand it, how wide, and is it going to be really wide?
Oh.
Or is it going to be just kind of what we see now?
It'll certainly be wider. I don't have all the dimensions memorized in my head, but it'll certainly be wider than what it is now. Right now, it is fairly narrow. Even a small rain event, a stormwater event, will overtop and then flood the lime pits. And we really would like to, and we've had blowouts. We've probably repaired 3 or 4 times, had to repair the banks of the lime pits because of the velocity of the water. It's washed it out. And
I can talk with you about it.
Absolutely.
I'm interested in knowing more, but I won't stop things tonight. Thanks.
It's Project 4, Brian? Yeah, it's Project 4 of the downtown east watershed, and I can certainly get that map to you. And again, it ties into all the Bertrand box and all the other downtown east watershed projects as well. And it has to be time. We need the levee done, we need haze and casement done first, and then it'll tie into that. Okay?
So the TCB drainage channel is put off until after the levee, is what I heard you say. Okay, thank you.
There's still certainly a cost there that we weren't really planning for.
Yeah, no kidding.
And then, of course, Aggieville, as we continue to make replacements, again, to be determined, obviously if TIF funding is adequate, utilities certainly could be eligible. Again, there's still quite a bit of work to be accomplished down in Aggieville in that overall beautification and restoration of Aggieville. So, excuse me. So what we are not asking for tonight, these are kind of some slides that Randy had shown you all previously this year. We're not asking for just a flat 3%. And you can kind of see very quickly, again, the red being where you're supposed to have a recommended fund balance. The blue is the actual. And 2029 is that's not really acceptable to have the fund crash. So again, this is just kind of a regurgitation of some slides Randy presented previously. And, again, that fund would end in 2029. So it's not really acceptable. Again, this another chart kind of showing what that is and some of the feedback that we got previously in this year. Randy kind of had a matrix of options. I think it was either August or September. He provided scenarios A through C, as well as alternates 1, 2, and 3. And the feedback that we took from the meeting from you all was to go with scenario A and then look at alternative 1. So it's not a flat 3% across the board. That's where I want to be really clear. The way we make up the additional monies into the fund is 50% of it will be obtained from usage or consumption, and then the other 50% is obtained through the minimum charge, okay? So that's kind of how it is. So I'll have a chart up here in just a second. One reason for going with the 50% increase, or I'm sorry, for doing the minimum charge increase and obtaining those funds from that source is hopefully we'll be less weather dependent. We still have some effect in terms of what the weather is, whether it's hot or dry or cold and wet in our sales. There still certainly is funds gained through the usage, in other words, consumption. The more you use, you're going to pay for each of those gallons, okay? So this is the chart here. The projected blue dotted line is at scenario A with alternate 1. And as you can kind of see, we begin to climb. Obviously, we don't crash in 2029, and we do reach a recommended fund balance slightly above, what's recommended. So that's a positive thing. That's kind of the direction that we received from you all. I believe the remainder of the charts are scenario B, which again stays slightly below, and I believe scenario C is even slightly below that, okay? So what does that mean in terms of customer impacts? Let's see if this will pop up. So Randy blew these up here so you can see them a little bit better. I apologize if they're fuzzy. So depending upon category and usage, whether you're low, average, or high, and whether you're residential or business, there's different impacts to each of those categories and so forth. And you can kind of see what those, let me back up, monthly, so that would be monthly increases to each of those categories or class of users, okay? So.
Rob?
Yes.
Can we just go back one slide to where you have utilities update, water, to your list?
Which, I'm sorry.
You had a list of the 2022 through 2030
Ah,
water.
there we go, the CIPs.
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead, ma'am.
So when we are looking at the increase, you're projecting it from 2029. You said the current one would end in 2029, right?
What I was saying is that the fund balance crashes out, and the fund balance crashes out in 2029. So if you keep all these projects
Right.
on the timeline.
So, and that's why I wanted to talk about the projects, because these funds are for these projects. The Wellfield expansion study, land acquisition and improvements, you said we didn't start that yet. Did we talk about that already?
Oh, it's been in the CIP for a number of years. I'm trying to recall if we highlighted when we did the water and sewer update master plan to you all. I'd have to ask Randy or go back and look at the videotapes. I know it's been in the CIP for a number of years. I don't know if you remember, and I can't remember if you were on the commission or not, when we kind of looked at a whole bunch of alternatives, I don't know if you remember, we talked about a west side water treatment plant, and Corollo did a big feasibility analysis, and we basically scrapped that idea. And we talked about how we would be able to attain much easier and the availability of water and better quality water actually along the Big Blue watershed. And that's kind of where that well field expansion study and land acquisition improvements, that's where that project was generated out of. So it's been a number of years. I don't want to say, that, yeah, we definitely,
Right.
highlighted it super well for you, but it's something that's been discussed.
I guess I'm thinking if we need to reduce some of the projects, the New Northwest Water Tower, $5 million. If these are projections to start, it says six-year CIP. So if they start maybe in 4 or 5 years, wouldn't those double almost, some of those price tags?
I'd have to ask Randy if he's got inflation factors in each of those. If you could help me with a crystal ball on how to project future costs.
Yeah, and I was trying to go in a direction where if we can reduce some of the projects.
Sure.
Because I'm not sure this is going to be enough money for all of those projects, even if we increase it. If we're not realistic about it, I don't want to
Sure.
continue to increase because we're going to keep our projects the same. But I think that's a place where we can reduce a few of our projects and be more realistic in what we can collect on our, for our water fund. You just mentioned, we can't rely on weather to figure this out. People, the way they use water has changed. Efficiencies are very different. But I also don't want to penalize people that are putting in those types of projects to use less water.
Sure.
Our services don't change, but we have more control on the projects. So I would just want to look at that a little bit
Okay.
closer for future discussions as well.
Sure. Again, I'm always cautious on canceling projects. Again, I mentioned my home, where I grew up and a community nearby, and one of the things that they're in trouble for is because they don't have a valve exercising program. And they lost water to their entire city for days. And they told all their residents to go to the nearest elementary school and pick up cases of water, because that's how they were going to get their water for the next 2 weeks. I don't ever want to have that conversation.
No, I don't either. I don't. And I know this is a terrible thing for me to be discussing, because water, I do feel, is an essential that we take for granted.
Yeah.
Because we are so good with it. But the price tags are just so high, and I feel like sometimes the increases may not be enough to support them.
Sure. Understand. Any other questions, Commissioner?
That's good.
Sorry if I went too fast on those. Okay, where was I? Okay, alternate one, scenario A, alternate one. Okay, so those are the increases. Randy prepared this chart here, which has actually I guess you could call them all 4 scenarios. So he has the gray, which is just a flat 3% increase. And then he's got scenario A, B, and C. And you can kind of see we're currently at the very bottom when you compare against all these different communities. Dodge City being the only one that's less than us currently. And I think the next slide actually helps quite a bit, is that it shows this is scenario A, alternate one, basically moves us to the right a little bit to roughly the 1/3 mark or so in terms of comparing all the different communities. Again, Randy did similar, just like sanitary sewer, did the same thing, tried to update with all the communities in their water and so forth. So, let's see, average monthly water bill, so this is top 15 customers that we've got highlighted here in blue, which is scenario A, alternate 1, and then Randy certainly provide A2, C1, and C2 as well. Probably the next slide, I think, is a little bit easier if you want to compare what we're asking you to consider tonight, which is, so in this column here is your proposed scenario A, alternate 1, and then on the right you have Lawrence, Topeka, Water One, Junction City, and Salina. Anything that's in green, so these cells that are in green, means that our proposed increases, if you were in these communities under their rates, they would actually be less. Everything else that's pink or beige or, beige up there is actually slightly higher than what we're proposing. So you can kind of see which customers and which rows and so forth and which communities would be slightly less. But by far, the majority is an increase if you're in any of these other communities. Other charges and fees that we're asking you to consider, system development charge, again, 3% increase for water and wastewater. We're asking for meter installation increase. Again, we haven't adjusted this since 2014. We just really want to break even. We're not looking to make money when we install meters. We just want to make sure we're collecting, for material costs, equipment, and labor. And we're proposing that to go from roughly just a little bit over $1,500 up to $1,900. I believe Abdu gave you a very lengthy discussion a while back about the high-strength wastewater surcharge. We really only have 2 customers that are in that. That's the BRI and VetMed. And again, that's about making sure, because of the strength of the waste, it doesn't matter how much you dilute it, there's still so much total suspended solids, bio-oxygen demand, or BOD, nitrogen and phosphorus that has to be, processed. We're just trying to keep up with, and I forget how long it's been since we've updated that. I think what Randy and Abdu were proposing was in 2022, trying to get to the 75% cost recovery, and then in 2023, 100% cost recovery. Randy and I kind of scrutinized the Kansas One Call fees. At this time, we don't believe that those need to be increased. Again, those continue to be, almost, anywhere between 700 to 900 one calls each month. And I guess with that, Commissioners, we're asking you, I believe you need to do 2 different motions tonight. We are asking you to approve the water ordinance, amend applicable sections. So this is first reading of Chapter 32, the Code of Ordinances, to modify the water rates and charges as recommended, as well as the wastewater. So since there were no questions on the wastewater, I guess I'll stand if there's any questions on the water side.
I don't see any questions. We need to take public comment.
Yep, absolutely, Mayor.
But we don't have a lot of public left here tonight at this late hour. Is there any public comment on these 2 items? Okay, seeing none, we'll,
Can't say anything, Mr.
seeing none,
Johnson.
we'll close public comments and come back to the commission.
Mayor, I move that we approve first reading of an ordinance amending applicable sections of Chapter 32 of the Code of Ordinances to modify water rates and charges as recommended effective January 1st, 2022.
Okay, we have a motion?
Do we have to do both of them? We do separately?
Yes, we have to do them
So
separately.
there's your
Right, Katie, did I say that correct? Yeah, both to be separate. Yep.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Estabrook,
Yes.
Commissioner Reddy,
Yes.
Mayor Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Morse,
Yes.
Commissioner Hattasol.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
And then we have second motion on the
Well,
sewer.
where'd you take it? Here it is. I move that we approve first reading of an ordinance amending applicable sections of Chapter 32 of the Code of Ordinances to modify sewer rates and charges as recommended effective January 1st, 2022.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Reddy,
Yes.
Mayor Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Morse,
Yes.
Commissioner Haddisall,
Yes?
Commissioner Estabrook.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and we'll move on to the next item, which is stormwater rates.
Brian Johnson, city engineer, will do the stormwater rates. And I know we had a comment earlier on a different item about, stormwater regulations and stuff. And I was a little shocked, earlier tonight with that comment, just from the standpoint that, we've been very aggressive. I think the commission knows we've been very aggressive on the stormwater, and we certainly take the flooding very serious. I've worked with a number of you on different locations and projects, and we'll certainly reach out to her, and maybe she's not aware of some of the regulations that are out there. If anything, Brian and I have probably taken more flaming arrows over the last decade about how strict we are and where we've moved the program and so forth. So I just wanted to reiterate, just like, the water and wastewater we care about, we certainly care about stormwater and providing a safe environment. And Brian's got a slide tonight that it continues to be one of the top priorities for our community. So with that, I'll let Mr. Johnson jump in here.
Rob, I think she'd appreciate that. Thank you for taking the
We'll
time
follow
to do
up.
that. I understand all these emails take time, but I think it speaks to your integrity, and the communication is just so critical. And if there's a concern, I really do like that you get back to them.
Yeah, I know who she is, and I think I got the email address, and we'll follow up with her and stuff. There's plenty of information out there, and sometimes it's easy to miss it.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob, Mayor, Commissioners, Brian Johnson, City Engineer. I've got the stormwater item tonight, so why don't we get to it? Good evening, Brian Johnson, City Engineer. Tonight's item is a review of 2021 stormwater revenue and expenses, as well as rate setting for 2022. With your concurrence tonight, we will have achieved the long-held goal of equitability. Tonight is the last night, 5th year of the flattening. When we started flattening 5 years ago, Walmart paid 60 cents on the dollar compared to what we pay as homeowners. With this last year of flattening, Walmart will finally pay the same fees as everyone else. So Walmart, who has 11,000 stores nationwide, generated $550 billion revenue last year. They were getting a 40% reduction on their bill. In the last 5 years, we've also designed, bid, built, and put into service the largest stormwater project to date in the city. That reduces urban flooding in our downtown core area. We've also have several large stormwater projects designed and ready to proceed as soon as the levee's done. That's our next key. So with that, tonight's agenda. Background, we're going to review the ERU. We've been over this several times, and as Rob said, this is, I think, the third time we've been back to you since August. We do have some fund balance issues we want to talk through and work through, some CIP options. We're going to talk a little bit about the levy surcharge because costs on that were more than we had anticipated. And then we're going to talk about future out years. Again, this is one of my favorite slides. I know I show it every time. This is from 2018 with our community survey. The farther up and the farther left you are, the more people don't like you. Fortunately or unfortunately, stormwater is up high and far left. So about 50% of the people are satisfied, and that leaves 50% unsatisfied, and about 50% of the people want it to be a priority. So one of the top negatives in the city from 2018. Background, so we've completed 4 of the 5 rate and flattenings. Tonight we're here for the 5th. The goal of the flattening was to get both programs equitable at $7.55 per ERU by 2022, not including the levy. So we are recommending implementing that final year so that we can finally achieve equitability. Then as we move into the out years and as we go further into the future, then it's about CIP discussions and rates. Some history on the flattening. 642 is where we are, 692 for residential. We started at 396. That's the 5-year program. 2021 financials, revenue actually exceeded expectations a little bit, so that's a good sign because that means that our model is actually conservative and it's working well. We're actually overachieving. Unbudgeted expenses again this year were a little bit higher than we had anticipated. Personnel and mowing, we picked up some mowing from Park and Rec, who are short people. We picked up some mowing from them. Unbudgeted expenses this year, such as mowing personnel, we have put those into the model for the out years, so they are modeled, and of course that has a very negative impact on the fund. This year, we started the $1.66 levy surcharge January 1st, and that actually has overperformed again, so we actually have a little bit extra revenue from that than we had anticipated. It's going to generate about $1 million a year, which at the time we thought that that was about what the bond payment would be on the levy. With the costs the way they are, the payments anticipated to be about 1.4 to 1.5 million a year. So we have that $500,000 delta that we're working through, and got some recommendations for you later on that. Revenue generated by the $1.66. Remember that $1.66 is peeled off every year, and that money is put into the levy account to pay that bond down and pay those principal payments. So that revenue is taken, and then we use it as a buy down on the debt financing in 2024. That way our payment's less. It's a simple concept, just like putting money down on a car, putting money down on your home. The more money you put down, better interest rates you get, better payment you get. That's what we're doing with the $1.66. Review of 2021 financials. Again, anticipated costs and actuals. Actuals are quite a bit higher because we have 11 FTEs now in the fund. 2015, we had 2 full-time employees, so that's gone up pretty substantially. Mowing, we bought some equipment back in 2015. Park and Rec has been very generous and helped us out through the years to mow the levee, mow detention ponds, ditches, those sorts of things. With them being understaffed this year, we picked up some costs last year, and we're picking up some costs again this year. So our expenses are a little bit higher than we had anticipated back in 2015 when we started the 5-year flattening. What's that do to the fund? Well, this is what it looks like. Obviously, 2021, 2022, we start going downhill pretty substantially. 26, 25, when we get our levy payments coming on, obviously that fund is in pretty bad shape. We're peeling off an extra $500,000 a year that we didn't anticipate to put into that levy payment. 2031, the fund actually goes negative. So the levy surcharge, the goal is to have the surcharge revenue equal the bond payment. And then those two balance, and at 20 years down the road, when that bond is paid off, that surcharge can come off. Right now it's at $1.66. Our recommendation is to go to $2 and then $2.25 in 2023 because we're trying to affect this graph. We're trying to affect this purple line. CIP projects that are associated with the levy surcharge. If we go to the 2 and the 225, I've got a graph in just a second. If we go to that, then our CIP projects for our downtown watershed can stay the same. And these are those projects currently. TCB North Channel that you were just asking about, that's in 2024, which would coincide with Casement and Hayes being complete. And that would carry that additional stormwater to the north. Right now, all that water runs into the Pretty Ditch. We know the Pretty Ditch is over capacity. We're trying to carry stormwater that falls north of Bluemont, north through Casement and Hayes, and out to the Blue River, instead of down the Pretty Ditch. Casement Road, we're in design on that one, 30%. Open ditch, got some box culverts we got to mess with. Quite a bit of work there to do on Casement. South Manhattan Interceptor, that's the project along with 14th Street that discharges into Wildcat Creek, brings a big box up South Manhattan, up 14th Street, goes all the way to Aggieville, and it actually starts at 14th and Anderson, which if you've ever been at 14th and Anderson, not even in a heavy rain, in a half-inch rain, would you please put the manhole lids back on the boxes for me? Because I'll have to go do it in the morning if you don't. So that's what the goal of these two are, capture that water, and when that water overflows, it actually runs down Anderson and Bluemont, which is why the Bluemont Hotel always has sandbags in front of their door. That's the water, that's where it's coming from. Middle Kearney and Kearney Street, those are also attached to the TCB North Channel project. Again, trying to capture stormwater that falls north of Bluemont, get it north through Casement and Hayes. So if we do the surcharge, if we go from the $2 to the $2.25, this is what our graph, oh, I'm sorry, nope. This is the CIP with the $1.66. I apologize, I got one step ahead of you. So at $1.66, if we move the CIP items out to these years, this is what our graph looks like. Which looks really great in the out years, but one thing I want to caution you about is, remember, we don't make payments for 4 years after those projects. So these projects that are identified in 2027 and 2033, this is your first year of payment. The 2033, 2034, 35, and 36, they're not shown on this chart. If you actually graph this chart out to 2040, which we've done, this makes a big U-turn and starts coming back down because you're making payments on those projects. So really what you've done is just kick the can down the road a decade. Instead of tackling them in the 20s, you're going to tackle them in the 30s. This graph will eventually make a U-turn and start heading back down at the $1.66. So the surcharge and leaving the CIP as planned. This is our graph. Obviously that purple looks a lot better. It keeps the fund positive, keeps us on schedule through our CIPs. We're not to our recommended yet, but as we go out to 2040, this recommended actually starts coming down because you're paying projects off. Back to Rob's point about your recommended fund balances is your yearly totals for personnel operations plus 3 months of your payments. So as you go out and you pay projects off, this recommended fund balance goes down.
Is it gonna keep going up a quarter every year? I mean, we're increasing a quarter in 2022 and another quarter in 2023. So is that?
For the levy surcharge?
I guess.
No, we believe the 225 will meet that payment, yeah.
Okay.
As the information we've got today, we believe that 225 flattens that levy out.
Thank you.
So stormwater rates, I've got this year's rates here, the 642 and $1.66. This column is this year. This column is our proposed 755 plus 2. So this is what we're proposing for next year. Again, as Randy, or as Rob said, Randy had looked at, there are some cities that actually had some pretty substantial increases, and because of those increases, we stay at the same place in the middle ground that we were before. We're number 4. Wichita, Lawrence, and Topeka all had really large raises this year. What do they have in common with us? They have a levy system also. Those cities have also undertaken big levy projects, and they're raising revenue in order to pay those projects off. So we stayed in the middle ground, the 4th highest. Obviously, Lenexa, Topeka, and Lawrence are obviously the highest. We're in the middle at the 1632 are proposed, and then there's some below us. Now, recall Wichita, 2 mills dedicated to stormwater. That generates about $6 million for their fund, that 2 mills does. So they're able to subsidize their stormwater program through property tax. Overland Park has a mill dedicated to it, and then Lenexa actually has a $1,147 surcharge you pay when you go get your new housing permit. Any new permits, you pay a surcharge on that. So Lenexa not only has a high ERU rate, you also pay a pretty high fee. Now that's a one-time fee. You pay it once and you're done. Roll it into your mortgage, you probably don't even think about it, but that's their philosophy. So as you look across again, what we're proposing is a 755 plus 2, so 955 total. Again, that $2 generate about $1.25 million. We'll take those dollars, set them aside, use them for that GO bond in the future. One other thing, and we just got the data today on it, we got the October actuals. Kansas Farm Bureau and Walmart, these two, they're actually in the top 10. So when you see these numbers here, just remember those two are in the top 10. The vast majority, I think about 2/3 of our customers are paying less than that. Most people are paying around $50 for commercial. So the vast majority of them are in these two categories. I did put these outliers out there because I don't want you to think that there aren't outliers out there, because there are, but these are obviously in the top 10. They're 2 of the top 10. So funding options, 5th year flattening. Do we want to implement it? Do we want to get to that goal of equitability that we've been talking about for about 5 years? Do we want to increase the surcharge to $2 for 2022? That leaves those CIP projects in the queue. Some of them actually we've started design on. That leaves those in the queue, keeps them moving forward. 2024 when the levee's done, and remember everything in the downtown east-west watershed runs through the levee. So until I open those orifices in the levee and I can get more water through them, there's no sense in me doing stormwater projects here. 2024, we're gonna start doing some pretty substantial projects. Obviously the TCP ditch, North 14th, South Manhattan, all of those are big mega projects. I don't have the ability to push that extra water through the levee now, today. Remember the betterments we did, the goal of those is to open those areas so I can get more water through the levee. If I did all my CIP today without the levee, all I'm doing is pushing more water downtown without a way to get it through the levee. So completed CIPs, this is one of the largest in Manhattan, $5.75 million. Storm sewer along Points, down 6th, across the railroad tracks, and then down to 4th Street. Goes through our new levee penetration, Project 15, about 2010. We put a new penetration down here. Again, without that levee component, this project would have never happened. You've got to make those areas bigger to get through the levee, which is what all the betterments are about. That's what all the betterments do in the levee project. They give us a bigger area to get water out of the downtown watershed. So with that, our recommendation is to go ahead to the $2 for the levee improvements. Again, that's about a 34-cent increase. It's $1.66 now. Go to $2 for 2022. And then implement the 5-year flattening. There is a couple of things too I want to talk about quick. Next spring, we're going to be back before you to talk about a fee in lieu program. We've done quite a bit of analysis on that. We've got some recommendations for you if you want to look at a fee in lieu program. And then we also have a CD has looked into a fund for buyouts, resiliency program. And I know Chad came talk to you back in August when we were here. He's been working on that some more. I think next spring he and I will be back before you to talk about a couple of those items. So with that, I would stand for questions.
I don't have any questions, but I think you guys should always present at 10:30 when you have more increases. We're exhausted.
Well, we can probably make that happen.
When can we keep them late? Well, I don't know, maybe.
Well, I think it's definitely notable that flattening has worked and that we have equity in regard to that.
That's a big goal.
I think that's important that you set that and that we've achieved that, and here we are. So if you're asking for more things, you have a proven record of getting there and hitting those marks, and I think that's a testament to both of you, entire department. But yeah, it looks good to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, I'm not really in favor of raising any of the rates. However, these are enterprise funds. And my main concern is, we raise the rates because we've got valid reasons for doing that, but I want to be sure all that money stays in the enterprise funds and doesn't get pirated off as a hidden tax to go elsewhere in the city. And I've said that before.
Yeah.
And the other important thing here is, the levy was top of my list. If, we get that wrong, we lose the city if we have the wrong type storm in the next few years. And so that's an investment we just absolutely have to make. And as your first chart showed, people are concerned about that stormwater.
Yeah, right
This is
here.
the only way. We've been chipping away at it, and we can't stop now. We've got to connect all these things together. It's going to take a few more years, but we're going to fix it. And we just need to keep the money in the water department where it belongs, and then I think we'll be just fine. So I don't have a problem with it. I think it's as reasonable as we can make it.
Thank you.
Are you going to have the public hearing?
Yes, we're going to do that. Do we have any public comment on this topic? Okay, seeing.
Okay. We'll make this fast. Monica McFarlane, 213 Parker Drive. I'll write it down. I was just kind of noticing the chart here saying that, you have 50% of the people who think this is the most important thing. Yet it's one of the very last thing that always happens to be on the discussion. And I know it's a tiring night. We make a joke about, it's a great time to talk about changing the fees, but I guess I would just, if it's that big of an issue where we're having stormwater and we're having like the wrong storm flooding our town, it might be one of the first things we put on the agenda next time around. That's all.
We've done both.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other public comment, we'll close public comment and come back to the commission for further discussion or possible motion.
I think that we have to deal with the stormwater issues in this community. And it's taken a number of years to get to the solvency point, and we have to keep working, chipping away a little bit at a time to continue to make progress. It matters that we organize things and set things up and we put people in harm's way. The stormwater program is how we get people, we make people safer from stormwater.
Absolutely.
Whether it's driving down the street in their car and flooding out at 17th and Anderson or by on 3rd Street. Water in your basement, water in your house.
Devastating.
Those are things that's what our local government is about. And so I would support these slight increases.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, I just want to say, I know we're going to make a motion here real quick. I said that in a flippant way about being at the end. Nobody realized that our the discussions were going to go so long. But all of the materials we spoke about tonight were very important to the public. But when it comes to the stormwater systems, flooding and all of these, those have always been a priority as well. And I think the more the public sees the investment, it's easier to take them for granted. But when something terrible happens, well, why didn't you fix it? Well, if we do this on the front end, it's much better all around. But I am also concerned about, you mentioned BRI or NBAP, and so that's a whole different animal that we have to deal with. So I hope we have the right infrastructure, and I hope there's a funding source for that as well, because one of the concerns that consistently came up with NBAP is safety as it pertains to water. And I want to make sure we are consistent in our message, but also thorough in our work and the implementation process, and maybe put out communications once in a while along with NBAP when they do their communications about what the city is doing, because we are a big player in that to keep our community safe. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mayor, I move that we approve first reading of an ordinance amending applicable sections of Chapter 32 of the Code of Ordinances to modify stormwater rates and charges as recommended, effective January 1st, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Could you please call the roll?
Mayor Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Morse,
Yes.
Commissioner Hadisall,
Yes.
Commissioner Estabrook,
Yes.
Commissioner Reddy.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. If you attended the meeting or are still watching, staying with us for this late hour, appreciate it. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.